Oh, boy.
Obviously, this engine's gonna be a whole lot bigger than the other one.
There are no hard copies of the blue folder stuff?
Gas mileage, 25 miles.
I guess, no.
That sounds like a fun thing to use. What you're doing now.
It's frustrating. I went to put it in the middle of the four bolts today.
If you,
Go ahead.
To be able to get to that four bolts.
We have a roll call, please.
Present.
Member Woodham,
Here.
Member Morocco,
Here.
Member Narayan,
Here.
Member Pinsler,
Here.
Member Kilroy,
Here.
Chair Stressenberg.
Here. Member Kilroy, would you lead us in the salute to the flag, please?
I'd be glad to. If you'd all please rise, put your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Is there a motion and second for approval of the order of agenda this evening? Or any questions on the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Blue folder items, we have two this evening for, I only had two attached.
I had two.
There was 2 emails, but there's 3 attachments.
It's two
items.
It's 2 items.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Started with
saying.
the minutes and then the 2 reports from Mr. Kinsler.
There's no minutes.
We have one from Pinsler and one
So we
from
have-
City Treasurer, I believe.
Yeah, I2, the city treasurer, it's the city treasurer draft charter revisions. And then I3, the city attorney draft report regarding the city attorney position prepared by Councilmember Poppins. That's it.
So it's clear that they were provided by the city treasurer. These are his comments. Doesn't
Yes,
say that on there.
yeah, it's his draft.
Okay. I just want to make
It's a good point, because we get to where those get mixed up later in
Yeah.
the game sometimes, so.
Yeah, it was his request.
Okay, so we're,
So the email that we received with the minutes was not a blue folder item.
Nope, that was just
It doesn't say that.
FYI, because it's got posted, approved by council and posted on the website.
that was to send the council minutes
Yes.
from the, okay,
7th.
yep. Very good. So is there a motion and a second to
I move that we
For the blue
accept the
folder.
blue folder items.
This, second.
Okay, motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Blue folder items are in. Consent calendar. Would anyone like to pull anything from the consent calendar?
I just have one quick question.
Sure.
I thought in one of the minutes I was reading that we actually approved one of these previous minutes. And so are these fresh for us as far as not being approved?
Yes, so I think Chair Stressenberg had some changes, so we went back to the video and did some changes. And then I read the minutes and it said to bring it back for approval.
So the stuff that's highlighted in yellow, those are the changes that you've made to what was presented before?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I wanted one correction on November 30th for page 6, J3, where the city attorney Webb mentioned,
Okay, let's go ahead and, I'm gonna pull F2
okay.
anyway, so
Okay.
I'll just pull all of F2
Okay.
and we'll clear it up rather than
Okay.
going into discussion about it.
okay,
So I would like to pull F2. Is there a motion second to approve F1?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, now to discuss F2. The June 22nd, I'd like to pull up my notes real quick if I may. For the June 22nd minutes, on page 19, which is under I3, for the third and fourth paragraph, did you add those things into that one that I had requested? I haven't pulled up
let me see,
these new versions here.
page 19. Okay,
Page 19, what? Which paragraphs?
Third and fourth paragraph, between the third and fourth paragraph from the top, and I am not able to open the minutes from this
Take the fine if you want.
link.
Is this what you're talking about, this page?
It's about the city treasurer.
It is.
Yes. I think so.
No.
Is it about it's about what you said or
It's
what
different
others?
page, oh, this page number down here is on.
You want 19?
I'm not, so you're able to open it there?
Yeah.
Okay.
It probably came up as a PDF up in the right corner.
Yes, you have inserted that. I just want to make sure that. I didn't realize you'd put it into these revised ones, everything
right, these
that I
are
talked about.
revised and
Okay.
they're put in, yes.
Very good. So I'm okay with the June 22nd then. And then August 24th, you've got those where the word office was inserted.
I didn't put office in because that's not what he,
Is that what he said? Okay. So
not what he
okay.
said.
Okay.
So if he wants to correct it, then,
And
I
then as
mean,
far as,
he can say now what he was intended.
okay.
but That's the only one we didn't change.
Okay, so just, I'll give Mr. Morocco the chance then. This is on, in the August 24th minutes.
Page 6 of the August 24th?
It is under I-1, page 3 of the minutes.
Page 3 of the August 24th minute? August 25th?
August 24th minute.
August 24th.
Stated as existing process?
Member Morocco stated the way it works for the city now
Oh,
is the city council is someone should remove from off. Oh, it said 4. Okay, so that wording is
Yeah, we
changed.
sort of changed, yeah, to exactly
Okay.
what. So I don't know if
That makes sense then.
Okay,
Okay, thank you. So you're okay with that, way that reads now? Yeah, okay.
and we're going to bring it up next month anyway, so
okay,
part
good.
of the discussion for next month, so
Okay.
it'll be more expanded.
And then there was also, member Morocco expressed instead of export.
Right, we
You got that
we
one.
corrected that. And then
And the final one was about the word nuisances to
instead of
nuances.
nuances, yes.
Very good.
Incorrect.
That takes care of those.
Nuances can be nuisances.
It can be at times. It does seem like it. That's correct. For the September, I was okay. I thought we had approved those, but that's fine.
I thought we did too. That's why I asked the question.
Yeah,
before.
and we're okay with,
Yeah, I looked.
they're on there. For the October, I tried to watch online and the video didn't have audio to it. It was the only one that, so I
Okay.
couldn't go through that one. If everyone else is okay with it, I will just abstain on that one. But for the October 26th meeting, I tried to look through it. There was no audio available with that video. When City Attorney Webb came on remotely, that was loud and clear. But our microphone audio was
I'll have to look at that
barely there.
because we wouldn't have had minutes if we didn't have. So I'd have to look at that. We'll have to look at that audio.
You have the magic key.
So I don't know what happened.
So if
Review audio.
I would just, if the rest of the committees wants to approve those, I'm fine with that. I just haven't had a chance to go through it yet. I would abstain on those for that reason, because normally that's what I do is I'll watch back through the video to verify everything. And then for the November 30th, I would actually ask to continue those to the next meeting. I would like to have a little more time. There was quite a few things said on there that weren't always captured. I'd like to see if there's anything truly important we need to add back in, if that's okay.
So then I would move that we accept the minutes for June, August, and September, and continue the October and November minutes.
That would be great.
Second.
There's motion second to approve June 22nd, August 24th, September 28th of all of 2023 minutes, and to continue October 26th and November 30th of 2023 to the next regular meeting. All in favor?
Ask for,
Aye.
Aye.
Public
Yeah, for public.
still gotta do it.
minutes?
You want to
Still gotta
introduce
do
the
it.
public? here?
Yes.
Well, we have one member out there.
If anybody would like. So I have no
Time to get your
Zoom.
feet
I have
wet.
no,
Come on, baby.
I have no Zoom and I have no comments. I don't know if there's anybody.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
There you have it.
Aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. Now, going back to the rest of the agenda.
These are them. We'll fix this.
You're tired already, Bob?
No.
All right, there were no, we've covered G then. H, public participation on non-agenda items. Section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action, limited to 30 minutes. Is there any speakers wishing to speak from the public? Is there any Zoom or on e-comments or non-agenda?
No e-comments and no Zoom.
Okay, very good. Moving on to I, items continued from the previous agenda. First one, I1, discussion of possible action per city council's direction regarding charter amendments to Article 11, Section 11, the city clerk, and Article 20, Section 20.1, approval of demands, and Article 12, Section 12.3, city manager powers and duties for. So we don't have names attached to these anymore. Is there anyone that would like to open this discussion?
I can start off if you'd like.
What I would like to do, because we're supposed to actually go through and what the council's direction, so maybe since you were the lead person over there, and share with us, so we have the framework that you think we should be discussing this.
As in general, just for this item, but we want to do,
Probably for all of them,
So
since
this,
you were.
We'll do
we're
it-
on this item.
we'll do it one at a time.
Yes.
And I have gone back and watched that entire meeting multiple times and taken notes on it. So in the end, the motion, after several back and forth iterations for this item, was simply addressed as make revisions to how the city, how the clerk is addressed in the charter. There was discussion about this at the council meeting on November 7th, in addition to that final motion, but the final motion for the direction to us was to discuss that those are the exact words. I made sure they were verbatim. Make revisions to how the clerk is addressed in the charter. So that's the extent of what was in the actual motion. Beyond that, the commentary mainly revolved around the topic of deputy city clerks. And for that one, Madam Clerk, do you currently have deputy city clerk?
The chief deputy city clerk.
Yep, so one deputy.
One, yes.
That is, in this case, the chief deputy city clerk.
Correct.
And is that chief deputy clerk at will?
No,
And why is that deputy clerk not at will?
that I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I think that's just been the way it has been. So, I mean, per my charter, there is nothing on here that says that I have at-will employees.
So the charter's silent. It mentions in your native language, it references you or your deputy, I believe. So it mentions deputy.
The charter doesn't mention
The
deputy
charter does,
for the city clerk.
for the city clerk, yes. You're 11, I believe.
I think so.
Under 11A, city clerk shall have the power and be required to, under A, be represented at all meetings of the city council personally through a deputy. And that language has been there since
Oh, right here.
1949.
Okay,
So that is the mention
right. That's
that
not,
alludes to the fact that you can have a deputy. However, the charter is silent on your ability to appoint deputies and that they would serve at your pleasure.
correct, or the at-will employee.
Okay. However, the other elected offices, city treasurer and the city attorney, do have,
And it's stated in their charter.
okay, Mr. Pinsler.
The issue here, I think if I read the potential revised version, which is may appoint deputies to assist or act subject budget approval by the city council. Basically, it's the city council saying, yes, you can have a deputy. If you don't have a deputy, then you are required to be at every meeting. Although you could probably create acting deputies if you wished. If you take somebody and you're now a deputy. But frankly, I don't see this as much of an issue. I think the fact is that there is you can't have deputies, but the council's got to say you can have deputies. That's not a bad thing.
The sticking point last time was that the deputy that's there now is a classified employee.
Correct.
And if we were to change it, we would have to change the election schedule,
Correct.
which when to put this on the ballot. I think that was the sticking point.
Right, because the
But
council,
so I don't think the question really was whether or not she should have a deputy that is at will. The question was, does it fit the parameters of what everybody thinks the accomplishment timeline should look at? So
My question I haven't gotten to yet is, why do we not follow state law, which says you do have deputies and they shall serve at your pleasure? The charter is silent.
I mean, I'm just going based on what the charter,
that was the crux of our previous discussions.
And
She
state-
can have deputies. The only obstacle that I recall is whether or not we can put it on a ballot that is timely enough that pleases everybody.
yeah, so council asked for a March 2025 election.
And we can't do that.
And
I wanna get
yes,
into election
and
dates.
we can't put at will
Right.
But
on a March 2025, because that's what the council has requested, that we look at that election.
according to
put these-
state law, though, your deputies are at will.
Well, I can't.
Why are we
I'm just-
not abiding by state law?
I can't make that ruling. I'm not an attorney.
Isn't that a charter issue?
Took the words right out of my mouth.
Unless when it is not called out in the charter, per the state constitution, section, chapter 11, section 5, everything goes to state law. So,
And our MOU.
40813 government code always existed since 1949 when this charter was originally written. And that's probably why they didn't put it in, because this was already here for the city clerk. It states, 40813, the city clerk may appoint deputies for whose acts, and this language has been updated now for gender neutrality, for whose acts the city clerk and the city clerk's bondspersons are responsible. The deputy shall hold office at the pleasure of the city clerk and receive the compensation as provided by the legislative body. That's essentially the language that we're just mimicking now in the charter, but it is in state law and has been since 1949. So my question remains, why are we not following state law? Because the charter is silent on it, I agree with that.
The MOU states, I mean, that's what the council has approved, is the MOU states that that position is not an at-will position.
But
So
council can't override state law. The charter potentially can.
Well,
don't know.
I
I
guess,
can't make that
I
decision.
guess the vexing point here is, so we recommend that she gets a deputy at will. And the council puts it on the ballot. And let's just say they put it on the ballot of their choice, whatever that is. And the people do it. And we craft the appropriate language. We're in compliance with state law, right?
Correct, but we should be.
Okay, wait, I'm not gonna finish.
Okay.
If we don't do it, how are we not in compliance with state law? Somebody has to bring a suit against the city to challenge this.
Or the city simply brings itself into compliance with state law.
And you can only do that by election.
Yeah.
You can only do that by election.
No. The charter doesn't have to say it. When the charter is silent, we go to state law. The state law doesn't go away for everything that's not in the charter.
Okay.
And the state law
But
has
our-
always
But our
existed.
charge is to be advisory to the charter, not be advisory to state law.
And this is where it comes into, if it's already in state law,
Why is it necessary?
is it a change in status? Because it's already,
It is for the individual that
Yeah.
holds the position.
but that's not per law.
Again, it would be for the individual that holds that position.
So the
They have a
first thing,
property right to that position. They do.
the first thing to correct is to get us in compliance with state law.
I'm all in favor of an at-will deputy city clerk.
And
I
when
would
we're,
vote for that tomorrow or today.
when we are correctly in compliance with state law, there would be no question of change of status. It would not exist because the language we put in essentially just mimics what's already in state law. Yes, Mr. President.
But look, go ahead. We're not changing, the person who's in that billet right now, we're not changing that person's status at all. The real question is whether or not we're adding a person,
That's
an at-will
a
person.
second deputy.
Right, a second deputy.
That second deputy would be at will, but the deputy that is there now, under civil service protection,
Exactly.
cannot be removed unless they remove
But state
themselves.
law says that deputies shall hold office at the pleasure of the city clerk.
But they're already in place right now, though, so you can't just.
But the state law was in place first, since 1949.
Well,
The person's been employed for, I'm not sure how long before, they were already an employee.
Since I've been there, it's been
Probably can't
civil service.
speak to that will until after the regulation.
we're getting ourselves into a situation where our wheel hubs are in mud and we're not able to move
Notice Mike
forward.
walked away from this.
I'm sorry?
Well, we keep uncovering the layers.
But is there a contract that the chief clerk signs that says that gives her this right, or does she not know
Civil service employee.
whether she's at will or not? Because
No, based on the MOU, it states that her position is
Civil
civil
service.
service,
and when was that MOU entered?
just recently. I mean, they do that every
Changed over
couple years or
How did you let that happen?
so.
That guy.
So this person was hired in violation of state law.
No, she doesn't, no, she holds a position in civil service. And
But it's a deputy, right?
So what if you gave her a pay raise and made it assistant city clerk and took out the word deputy?
Exactly.
And gave her a pay raise and
And
she
you would be
agreed to it,
fine.
then you would be fine.
I don't even think you have
It's a
to
change-
change
a change of
anything, because
classification.
if this person ends up leaving, the next person that takes their place is going to be subject to state law. And I think that's part of what needs to be in the report, that we believe that state law controls over this and that the city is not in compliance with what state law is. And then leave that to the council. They're the ones who entered the MOU. But I don't think you need to make any change with regards to her position as far as that goes. It's just going to default back to state law once she leaves that position.
Is this an MOU with the supervisory?
Actually, that's coming up
Yeah.
soon, actually. They're going to be.
And Mr. Webb can always issue a written opinion, which he's more than welcome to, that describes what ultimately is the role under this MOU. But I agree with you. State law controls.
Well, again, I think we're overcomplicating a pretty simple solution. Solution, in my mind, is that we make recommendations to city council, that we add language that allows the clerk to have a deputy at will. Keep the person that's there now. I mean, and don't tamper with that. Don't try and replace her. You know, if there's no money in the budget to hire someone, she's not going to get that person. But when that other place gets vacated,
That it changes.
then the city manager has to make a decision on whether or not he's going to allocate that money to the clerk's office. And then you can have your argument about what state law requires.
Well, the state law is clear.
But we're not here to rewrite or,
But
we're here to revise the charter language.
So my question would be then, do we need to add that language to the charter?
That's what I'm recommending.
But if it's already existing in state law, does it need to be in the charter? Because all I did was
Look,
mimic the
I-
language.
Like I said, my wheel hubs are
I'm
now
okay with
below the mud. All right, so, and my mud flaps aren't working anymore.
We're wrapped around the axle.
Yeah, I'm wrapped around the axle, yeah. So I mean, we're just chasing something that doesn't need to be chased.
Yeah, the issue seems to be when this is vacated, that position disappears to be replaced by someone who is at
And
will.
to boot, when Bob and I agree on something, you
You
better
go with it.
listen, you better listen.
That signals trouble. So why put this language in the charter then?
That gives her the at-will attorney. I
She
mean,
has the at-will already.
She does not have
By
it.
state will, she does.
Well, what happens
state-
if the council doesn't fund it?
Yeah.
Well, that's an issue whether or not whether it's in the charter or not. That's a separate issue.
You need, well, everybody, well,
The difference,
three of us up here know that politicians need cover. And cover is not, it's in the state law.
if I could.
That's not cover.
The difference is that when there's a vacancy, the decision of who that is will either be the city clerks or potentially the city managers.
Right.
If you want it to be at will by the city clerk, it has to be stated that way. Otherwise, every other employee is a city manager's employee.
Exactly.
But would not be a deputy of the city clerk.
It can very well be. So that deputy right now is a city manager's employee because it is under the MOU
Right.
with the city. It's not her employee, it's the city manager's employee. So the intent of this is to
So
make.
that has circumvented the state law for the city clerk.
No, it hasn't.
Yes, it
Well,
has.
regardless of it's, but
Because
we're
it
not
says
here,
that
we're here to
deputies
correct
shall-
an issue, not create an issue.
And this is the issue that needs to be corrected, is it seems like at current, we have a deputy city clerk that is not an at-will employee. That is not
Not
allowable
open,
by
you've
law.
now opened up liability.
Well, no, and then the state law prohibit?
Yes.
So here's the
Well,
way
wait a
I
minute,
see
might not
it.
have to read that before you.
The deputies shall hold office at the pleasure of the city clerk. The deputies.
Okay.
It doesn't say some deputies.
We have an MOU. The MOU is entered in by the council. They're the ones who were the ones that violated the state law. There's nothing saying if we throw it in there at will, they're not going to enter another MOU, which is what's going to give the employee control. So I don't see that we need to do anything beyond what's in here. The ordinance, the charter says what it says, the state law says what it says. Eleanor ultimately has the right to do that, except for the fact that the city council entered an MOU. And so we just need to move forward. I don't think we need to put words at will in there. I think she can appoint people subject to the budget. It says that she's the one appointing it, not the city manager. And so I think we don't have to do anything with the words at will. We just need to have
No,
the
I'm not
council
saying we need
correct
to
it.
add at will. No. I'm saying, do we need to have this?
If you really want to gum up the works, just put something in there like pursuant to state law. If you really want to gum up, I mean, if you really want to cause lawsuits and friction, that's what you do. You put-
That's already in the
You
Constitution.
put in something that is so ambiguous and it will change.
You can state upon vacancy of that office, it will revert to at will.
Too complicated.
Or something, whatever, if you're concerned about that, but right now, to me, it's a non-issue.
Yeah.
We can state that it will be, appoint deputies to assist them. If that person is to be appointed, if a second deputy is to be appointed, that would be an at-will employee. Until that spot is vacated, of the civil service one, you have potential liability.
No, you only have potential liability if you fire them at will.
Yeah.
That's right.
So you don't, again.
Once they go away, then the job can change.
This is stuff that we can make in our report and recommendation that says, if you want to make sure that an MOU doesn't happen again, just make an ordinance saying that it's clear that this is not within the realm of the city manager. But I think it's pretty clear right now, and that makes it even clearer that the city clerk is the one that's going to be appointing the person.
He's returned.
What was, Eleanor, I don't know if you could address
should
this.
make
What would
him write
happen
the
if
opinion
you
on it
changed
as
her
well.
title but didn't change anything else? Didn't change anything else about her job duties, salary, benefits, anything else, but changed the job title from deputy to assistant?
I don't know. I don't know how, it'd have to go through
So if
the,
I may, I completely disagree with the chairman's statement of legal principles. And it's been a long time that this charter section, which applies to all three of the non-council, non-mayor positions. And it's not always state law applies unless there's something directly contrary. If they're in conflict, and we've had plenty of lawsuits that we've been in and prevailed on over the city. There's a,
Let's stick to this one, though. In this situation.
I was trying, if you will not interrupt me, okay? I won't interrupt you. And I know you want to ignore the election date, which is ironic for the reasons I'm about to state, but there's a negative implication canon of statutory interpretation that the inclusion of one thing is the exclusion of other things. So the fact that the deputies or assistants for the city attorney and the city treasurer are specifically mentioned at will, and the deputy for the clerk is not mentioned at will, supports the city's longtime interpretation that predates me, that the position is an at-will position. And in fact, there was a previous city clerk and a previous chief deputy city clerk where the clerk wanted to fire this person, and they could not fire this person without going through the civil service process. Now, where this became an issue is because this committee ignored this direct instructions from the council that any city clerk or city treasurer review was to be on the November 2024. This is the original one. You put it on March 2025. The chair was the one who inserted that language with the language, oh, you should have the same rights as the clerk and as the treasurer and the city attorney. And because you put it on a March election, and I had said that's a change in the position, so you couldn't put it on a non-November election. So where this came up in the last discussion was the council was very clear to put this on the March 2025, and they were very clear, so I don't know why you don't want to talk about it, but they were very clear that all the recommendations are to be on the March 2025 election, and you have a date by which you're to return with your recommendations. You failed to follow that last time. I would urge you to follow it this time. And where the discussion came up with the council was that you couldn't put it in March if this language was still in there. Your recommended language didn't have any change of status for the city clerk. It wasn't becoming appointed as opposed to elected. That extraneous language that the chair introduced is a change of status. To answer your question, if you created a new position, such as, now the problem is it says, yeah, if it depends on, and I haven't looked at it, how you define, deputy has been defined. But if you created a new position, such as an assistant, and they do view them differently, like my position, the city attorney position talks about you can have assistant city attorneys or deputy city attorneys. So it seems to imply, again, that there's no provision for assistant city attorney. And so an assistant city clerk. So if you wanted to add a position that an assistant city clerk position is provided, and that would be an at-will position, that may be a way of accomplishing what the council has directed you to do and what apparently you want to do. It's not an improper MOU. For example, I hire the people in my office, but my city clerk, law office manager, legal secretary, executive assistant to the city prosecutor, they're all in classified position. If I have a problem with one of them, I have to go through progressive discipline. It's not a situation where they can be removed at will. I have not faced the need to fire anyone, but my predecessor, you may recall, did fire a deputy city attorney. So the longstanding practice of the city, my opinion is that local matters of government are controlled by the charter, not state law, because of the negative, because of the exclusion of, inclusion of one, the fact that in the same charter article that two officers have the at-will. Now, it could have been done at different times. It could have been an oversight, or it could have been she's the election official. And it may be good if you turn over the election of the city clerk to an at-will employee. That may not be as good as turning it over to attorney position, civil servant.
So why do we not follow state law now? Because the charter is silent, and I believe intentionally so, from 1949, because this law existed at that time, that the city clerk may appoint deputies for whose acts they live, and that the deputy shall hold office at the pleasure of the city clerk. That state law has been in place since the charter was originally written. Why do we not follow that state law?
because I've heard you very clearly several times. I don't agree with your position. And I just stated my reasons of we control who gets to, who is protected and who is not protected. And we can do it. It's not just a charter in conflict. It is a resolution passed by the council that's in conflict with state law. And it's not really a conflict because local law in terms of municipal government controls. That's the key of being a charter city. If we were a general law city, it's a very different issue. So I'm not going to debate the law with you. That's the official position. I don't know. I asked Eleanor, do you care? Because I didn't want there to be exactly this.
Contretemps.
Yeah, I just like, Eleanor, do you care if it's, at will? And she didn't, particularly for the clerk, because then if they really wanted, if she cared, hey, I need an at will, the others have it, then I would have recommended to the council, they put it on the November 2024 ballot. I don't think the council cared. I don't think Eleanor cared, from my memory of the discussion.
If I could, looking prospectively, if we wanted to put in something that said upon vacating this office, it becomes at will, would that work?
Well, why not go with Matt's suggestion? Because there's an issue of the position is changing in status, and why not make it an assistant position that's at will? And then the council the current person could decide whether or not to apply for that assistant job, knowing that they're giving up voluntarily the protections in order to get what I imagine would be a higher salary, because assistants, pay more than deputies. And the council could choose not to fund, deputies in the future. That's always in flux. Eleanor has had multiple different, sometimes there are a lot of part-time positions, sometimes there are more full-time positions. That's a lot of back and forth with the city manager and the clerk and the council and the clerk. But the cleanest way, if you wanted to have a position, but do consider who takes over, because the assistant would be higher than the deputy. And, do you want, she's not saying there's a need. I don't know if,
there's plus or minuses both ways. That's the thing. So far I haven't had any problems. So the way it is now, it's fine. I think it does, in a sense of your analogy, in a sense of elections, it is to have someone that's maybe civil servant versus the elected, because a lot of people do question that when I'm up for election or that city clerk is up for election. There's that part.
we have never mind.
You're mixing deputies and assistants. The state law doesn't care about assistants. There's no mentions. The state law only covers deputies, and it is clear on deputies, and it always has been.
I've heard you. That's not a correct interpretation of the interplay between state law on a matter of local governance and the charter and the ordinances and the resolution. You can disagree.
The charter's silent,
Deputies is a generic.
You can repeat the same thing over and over.
as are you, I believe.
But the only difference is I'm the city attorney. You are not. I may have very strong opinions, having put 6 kids through the school district on the performance of the school, but my opinion doesn't matter other than as a member of the public.
Since you're the city attorney, in legal parlance, is there a difference between an assistant
That's what I was
and
just
a
going to ask.
deputy?
Well, it said I would need to research it more. It appears just at first blush, because they do distinguish in the city attorney assistants and deputies. They do not have such a.
But is that a convenience? Is it an accommodation?
It's generic to me.
Yeah, it could-
What is the difference? My point is, and is there a legal difference?
I'm understand what you're getting at, and I would need time to look at it. The only question is, for the March election, what can you put on? What do you want to put on that doesn't change the status of a position?
So,
your
so
statement
she
was-
has a deputy right now, and that person is classified. We're not talking, if we put in language, or suggest language to go on the ballot that says that she has the ability to appoint a deputy, do we have a conflict between one deputy and the other deputy? In other words, is there a senior deputy by definition? Or is, there's longevity, higher dates?
Our assistant's always higher than deputies. I
Well,
don't
yeah,
know.
my point, I'm trying to get, we're throwing out a whole bunch of nuances here, but like, again, I'm up to my hubs in spinning mud, and, we're going nowhere.
So I would suggest you look at what language you want to put on the March 2025 ballot. You can put it bullet point in a written report as the council discussed, and you can recommend to them either we want to change language because we want to have at will to the extent we can under pursuant to a March 2025 election.
Can I ask a question? The changing of status, is that any employee in the city
Yeah,
or just
Yeah.
those that are elected?
no, it's any employee.
Any employee?
And it's beyond changing
But not any
status. That's
employees
only
in
one
the
element.
charter.
Right, but it's the relevant one.
No, I was just asking
Yeah.
because
Yeah, no, it's any employee.
Mr. Morocco.
So I wanted an opinion. The first part that you did was an opinion. I would love to be able to transcribe it and have you sign off on it. It seems like the issue that we really need to vote on as a group is whether we want the city clerk staff to be civil servants or at will. I think that's the way you framed it. I don't think there's a problem with it being civil service. I think, as Eleanor's pointed out, it gives added protection during an election, and that seems to be the shift of the office more towards that. And I think it also gives certain grievance rights that an employee would have. So if we have to take an initial vote, I think we should just decide if we want the deputies or the assistants or whatever to be at will or civil servants. And I think that would at least get us out of the mud partially and maybe just have one wheel left in the
It's
mud.
subtraction.
Yeah.
Well, this is only for deputies.
Well, the way the charter is
this
worded
pen is
now,
getting very crowded.
it's going to be for anybody that's not the city clerk, that's in the city clerk's office. Because if she or the city manager and the city clerk together have the ability to appoint people, do we want them to have that civil service protection? I think they're part of the union anyway, aren't they, everybody? That's not you?
Yeah. well, So I did mention when we talked about the other items that the language is different for all three positions. So it's silent for clerk as to at will. For treasurer, it shall serve at the pleasure of the city treasurer. Doesn't mention classified service. For the city attorney, it specifically mentions shall be not included in the classified service and subject to removal by the city attorney.
So there are three different ones. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just want to confirm there are three different ones.
Yes, there are. And I did mention when you were going through the city attorney early on, that's something you could consider. I'm not recommending it, but for example, my employees know that, next April 1st, the city, the manager, she'll probably retire, but
Work on your resumes.
yeah, that's always a possibility. And so that's different than, say, working for the county or working from some other cities. But that's just a matter of what the charter provision applies. I think the treasurer position is more akin, even though it's different language, to the city attorney position. And although it mentions having a deputy, it's silent as to being removed by the clerk and other lawfully passed measures on local governments and employee relationships passed by the council for years indicate that's civil service protected position. And in fact, our past practice has been a civil service protected position. And it's definitely a change in status. Now, if you make it after the current person leaves, it's unclear whether it applies to the position or the holder of the position. That's why I was saying if assistants are different than deputies, then perhaps you could create a new position.
But you understand what I was saying? Just
Yeah, I do. But I just don't have the answer. I know in our experience, assistants are higher than deputies. It's deputy, senior deputy, and then assistant. But
But that's an arguable point, at least for tonight.
yes.
Okay, so I have another question.
Okay.
Your assistant, your deputy now, did you choose who that person was?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay, so is there, whoa, the legal. Whoa.
He's for her.
No, it was for her, but it's a two-parter, you know me better. So is there a process that says that the clerk has to be involved in the selection of the deputy clerk?
The past practice has been the city clerk
Past
appoints
But not-
the deputies. And I appoint all the positions, but the difference is I can look for specific recommendations. We have finally, we're filling a gap in our senior deputy position, and I approached someone who had very good recommendations in a municipal law firm with an area where we were lacking. I couldn't do that for law office manager or legal secretary or executive assistant to the city prosecutor because their civil service rules apply. And there, even if it's an internal promotion, I have to go through HR and they have to open up the process. And to answer one other question that I heard, and it's up to the council. The council could come out and say, we're having a budget cut, we're cutting 2 of your deputies. But as I've mentioned before, it is an effective check and balance in that if they were just mad at me because they got an opinion they didn't like, and they said, we're firing all your deputies, I could probably go to court and pursuant to similar situations, get that restored because I wouldn't be able to do my charter duties. And that's why I was saying when we talk about the treasurer, which is coming up, it wasn't the past treasurer. When you're saying it violates the charter, it's like, you can't say it violates the charter. You're not the treasurer. You don't know. Does this make it impossible for you to do your duties? And that's why with Eugene, with the current treasurer, you have, I can't do these duties with the jobs that I have.
In this theoretical lawsuit that you just mentioned, that if they cut your deputies and you would go to court, okay, who would pay for that?
The judge would decide because
That would be at the end of the proceedings.
at the end of it. So
Somebody's
for-
got to pay for the filing fees and all
So
that,
for
everything that goes with it.
For example, when a previous city treasurer was suing,
Me,
yes, she asked for her fee, and the city attorney opined no, and the court agreed with the city attorney. So it's not,
I
as you
remember
know.
well, I
Yeah,
remember well.
okay.
If I could flip it, you say that the city manager theoretically could hire somebody without the approval of the city,
No, I didn't say that.
theoretically. As a civil,
He's just adding on to, he knew where I was going. but
yeah.
he-
The other side of it is, can the city manager fire a deputy right now because it is a civil service?
No,
Despite the fact that the city clerk might not want it, just theoretically.
Yeah, no, and because the city clerk, so it's the city clerk's deputy. And now the stronger issue becomes, and there's an opinion I don't necessarily agree with from my predecessor, but he had the opinion that the secretaries could have their job duties directed by one of the city managers you served with. I don't think that's necessarily true, but that's a different issue. And the past practice has clearly been each of the department heads hires, but they can't fire at will the chief deputy city clerk because you don't have that authorization, and you have it for two. You don't have it for the third.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Who doesn't have the authorization? The city clerk has the authorization.
City manager.
You don't have the city clerk in the section in the charter.
It doesn't need to be, it's in state law.
Again,
We're not down to bedrock yet. We're still in the mud.
We're still
We have
spinning mud.
evasion happening here.
By the way, you can go back to 1935 because the city clerk that was with the first charter was the city clerk with the second charter. So whatever carried over goes back to when the first charter was adopted in 35.
So are we in compliance with state law right now?
we don't need to be. We're a charter city. We get to control.
But the charter's, if the charter's silent on it.
But it's not just the charter. It's you keep asking the same thing. I keep answering the same thing. So we're just talking past each other. I don't know that it benefits the others, but in interpreting the whole article, Article 11, you look at the canon of statutory interpretation of the expression of one is deemed to be the exclusion of other ones. So the fact that you have a city attorney and a city clerk, city attorney and city treasurer that can fire, that have employees at will, and not a city clerk is deemed to be the exclusion. And there are other areas of law, such as the council resolution, that buttress that opinion, and it's the long-standing practice. And so you don't have to change it to come into compliance with the state law that applies to general law cities. It's different if it says that it applies to charter cities. That would probably be unconstitutional under the state constitution. You can decide it would be a good practice to do so, and you can certainly put that in. I would just caution you, since it's a March 25 deadline, just stay away from the changing of status. And because if you didn't make it, if you just passed it the way you had prepared the recommendation, you'd have a lawsuit from the employee because you're changing the status of the employee without having it on a November election.
So if we do say the city clerk may appoint assistants to help them in the operation of that would free up this all. And once that deputy retires, that deputy job can go away.
What I would probably recommend, just off the top of my head, is a chief assistant city clerk. That way her or his chief deputy, chief assistant city clerk. That way the person who's they're most reliant on is someone who's at will. They have control over it. It can leave the chief deputy city clerk, and at some point, the council may decide not to fund it because the holder of the position can decide if it makes more money, which I imagine it would on the pay scale. Okay, I'm going to apply for that job, giving up the salary.
Civil service.
So the civil service, yes, thank you. And so like all the attorneys that I have employed, we have a frank discussion early on. If they're coming from another government entity, you're giving up, civil service protection. Make certain you're okay with that.
But the issue that was raised, Eleanor's right about the people wondering whether a city clerk should be running their own election. Whether it's true or not. They do.
I think I was the first one to
They
raise
do.
that, but
They do.
that's the advantage of having both. You could have a chief assistant, and then you could have the chief deputy city clerk, and the chief deputy, you could always turn the election over to that person. So you can have it both ways.
Right.
And, it's a budget thing, but maybe you could get rid of some of the part-time positions in order of, future. But that may be the cleanest way to accomplish what you all want. And
Should we make this recommendation to the council, that should be specified,
yeah,
that at some point, a person who is not beholden to the city clerk should be in charge of the election.
well, you can say for the
that
rationalization is that we're keeping that position, civil service protecting. We're just adding another one so that for most issues, non-election issues, the clerk clearly has the same rights as the treasurer and the city attorney. So I don't need to have at will for the clerical. It's pretty important that all the attorneys are, if something goes wrong, and I have never faced that, but if something goes wrong, we can remove. I just jinxed it.
So my question, if we go to an at-will, say there's an election that happens and the person that's currently sitting in there loses, that assistant can go out the window too.
Yes,
It is at-will.
absolutely.
So
So that's the downside. You have to.
That could
to look
happen,
at.
you're not running again, so the next person, this is all about the next person. It's not about the present people.
no, I'm just saying, if if somebody comes in the office new, they can replace the senior person.
Well,
That
that's.
happens with him.
That's what my attorneys are, they have to be aware, that in less than 15 months, you're going to have to,
You may have to.
you may have to. Yeah, you just have to plan for that.
Which brings us back to the point, do we want the next person
That's
to
up to
be
you.
at will or?
You don't have to change it, that, like, if you want to keep it the same, you can just put your other changes in there. You don't have to have the language in. If you think it would be better, you can have it in.
So let's throw another dose of reality in here to consider as a reason for not making any changes in relationship to this one subject is it's got to be approved by the voters. And the more stuff you put in there, you got to ask yourself, is this an item that the voters may look at as costing more money, having a financial impact? I don't know. I'm not sure how they would look at it. Maybe it wouldn't really matter that much, but I just throw it out there. It's something that I think we need to consider.
Absolutely.
It's not pretty, but
Yeah, let's ask Eleanor. Take it out of yourself. We're not talking about you, we're talking about the next person.
Right.
Is it better for that person to have an at-will or not to have an at-will in your specific job?
So based on, again, regarding elections, because that really is the fine point of the position. Luckily, I didn't have anybody run against me since when I won. So I didn't have to worry about that, but I can see that being an issue if I have an at-will and they're running the election and, where if somebody is a civil servant, they have a little bit more, for me, as an elected, would rather have a distance if, there's going to be somebody running.
Yeah.
And to be able to me, I think it's a lot cleaner versus having someone that's,
Oh, you wish Martin and Chapman were back.
yeah. But I think it would be a lot cleaner compared to having a at-will. In one sense, I do sort of like that will, because if I have any issues, it's a little easier. But I've gotten used to, since the other employees, I've gotten used to doing the process, if you have to deal with the civil servant. I've already gone through that. So I know what it takes. And then that's what I'm used to.
And you write the job description, don't you, when they post it? Is that?
Well, the job descriptions have already been created, but I can change it based on whatever the job is needed. That can be changed.
Okay, the issue.
Talking about the civil service position.
The civil service, yeah, no, I mean, that's what I'm
Now,
saying.
when
is-
you, when you said you can change the duty, I thought, I interpreted it as duties.
So yeah, I can change the duties on either civil, obviously at will, but what I'm saying is that,
And that's not
Change the
let's
status.
say, a minefield for civil service?
well, I'm not drastically changing it. It's still staying within the same, but I'm just changing more some of the duties. I mean, now that we're doing our own election, I'm going to look for someone that has some election. And it's sort of hard because a lot of cities don't do their own elections. It's the county that does it. So, but I'm looking for those people that have some kind of, or maybe worked for the county, that have some of that background.
This is for
The-
the civil service position.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. I mean, I'd be looking
That's
at,
not, that's currently filled, right?
correct, just recently,
Yes, but you're hypothetically speaking,
right.
I got
But
it.
is
Right.
that
Well, I
person-
just recently changed, I recently just
Right.
went out and that's when I was interviewing, that's what I was looking for.
And you changed the duties then, or you
I
advertised
don't think I
different
re-
duties than the previous person had?
So when you change the duties, you have to go through,
Yeah, you have to notify
you
them.
have to go through
right.
the union,
Right.
right? So that's another
Exactly.
process that you don't have to do with at will.
Do
So that's
deputies,
what I,
but deputies don't go through the union.
Yes, they do.
Yeah,
Now
that's
they
what we're
do.
talking about. We're
Yes, they
talking about
do.
the deputies.
But
at civil service,
as civil
Civil
service,
service.
an
Yes.
at-will deputy,
yeah, that I don't know. I think they go through the same process. I think it depends on that department head or
the only thing we're talking about here is the at-will deputy.
right. Right.
All the other ones, there's no,
Right. They go through a process and the civil service goes through a process.
but the
And I
issue
sort of
becomes,
go through the same process anyway, because,
currently you have a deputy that is not at will.
correct,
Right.
correct.
And she rewrote the duties to conform to contemporary standards.
With the agreement of the.
With agreement with the
Right, but-
union, correct,
It was a meet and confer issue.
correct,
Okay, all right.
correct.
The check and balance.
Yeah, I didn't change this
Confer,
last
no, check and
one,
balance.
but I
Meet and
changed
confer is
prior, yes. Yeah,
So if I can make a motion, I would move that we keep the deputy position as a civil servant and not at will, as an initial point to get through this discussion, get us out of the mud.
Which, according to the city attorney, therefore cannot meet the criteria that was imposed to put it on the March 2025 election.
Well, you've got
okay.
other
You're not
changes to
changing
that.
You don't do the change,
They're not changing anything.
Right, yeah.
They're not changing his status.
we don't change the status, we're good.
Yeah, and plus you're changing other requirements for the city clerk in that charter, so
Well, but-
that's going to go
Right,
on.
that's going on the
What
ballot.
we've got in here is the deputies shall hold office at the pleasure of the city clerk. So that makes them an at-will, but they're not
Well, we
currently.
can remove that. That's what he's talking about, is removing that.
Well, you could
you were
leave
talking about
that
saying-
in,
leaving
you
it
could
the
leave
same.
that in when we get the definition of assistant versus deputy. I mean, you can just make it, if you want to leave that in.
Well, I think the city attorney actually opined that we could simply change it to, what did he say?
Chief.
Chief
Yeah, right,
Assistant
exactly.
Deputy. And so I don't think we have to wait for an opinion. If you
Right,
change
right,
it
I
to
don't think
that,
we do either.
then.
You just create a new
bases are
job,
covered.
and then-
You've created a new job, it either gets
Yeah,
funded or
yeah,
not.
and it's either funded or it's unfunded.
I think you can cut out that whole paragraph, actually.
Okay.
But I want us to move forward and decide if we want to go with the at-will or the civil service. So.
Well,
Still waiting for a
I
second.
think we should just leave the civil servant thing where it's at. I mean,
Yes.
that position's not going anywhere. It's not, so
There's
real
a
question
value
is,
to it.
are we adding language that allows for, not Band-Aids, but allows for the appointed?
As opposed to the treasurer and the attorney, having a civil servant deputy clerk is a perception issue as well as a functional issue.
But you're also eliminating the city attorney ability to do that because it's becoming an appointed position under our
That's a
recommendation.
separate thing. That's a separate-
But then they're appointed, so everybody underneath is going to be essentially run by the city manager.
That's right, but that's a different,
So that's
we're
what the
we're dealing here with an
Making a lot of
elected
assumptions
elected position responsible for his or her own election. That's the perception issue. And I think that having a civil servant that is not reliant upon the goodwill of that person who is running makes, whether it's perception or reality, that makes sense.
Agreed.
So in that way, at least having that existing should remain. Whether we want to create a position that is at will, that's fine, we can do that, and that can be funded or not funded. But that position of a civil servant makes sense from a perception.
I don't have any problem with that because that's not part of our bailiwick. We're not even talking about this. We can't do anything about that.
That's what your motion gets at, Ernie. It's keeping it as that.
To simplify, just strike that blue paragraph that comes under the previous stricken number 6. If the city clerk wants assistance, that they can go to the council as well and get those assistants appointed. So I think if we cut out that whole paragraph, I think that would accomplish that. And I'm even willing to go along with all this stuff that I wasn't willing to go along with before, if we take out that paragraph.
You're just getting tired.
I'm making thought. That's my motion.
Second.
Okay, I had a, sorry, I'm just,
Yeah, that's only part of the story.
I thought you were overwhelmed.
what was that?
I thought you were overwhelmed.
No. I've been, I had a cold about a month ago, and
How do you
it's
wanna
still
deal
the
with the rest?
residual of the coughs.
We can vote in parts. We can deal with one part and then deal with the rest of it.
Well, there's the other part that's in red. So I don't know if you want me to speak on that.
Part in red is a question?
Well, okay, so I mentioned at the last meeting that I wanted to add another line in here regarding, I wanted to meet with the city manager. So we got a new finance director and then, of course, city manager. So what they didn't realize is that the city clerk and the city treasurer participates in the audits for the exit interview. And then also, we have been part of the Moss Adams. And so what I want to make sure is that we're still included, because I represent the expenditures, the city treasurer represents the revenue. So this is what, with speaking with the city manager, what we came up with. And that is, participate during the process in review of accounting procedures and annual audit expenditures. So that was the other thing that I'd like to recommend to add.
Does it need to be in the charter?
Yes,
Why?
because if it's not in there, I'm not included. Which is what was happening right now.
Under prior language, was that included in any way?
She was in charge of all the
Frankly,
financial
I was in
stuff.
charge of all, financials. I could go in and be part of everything.
Frankly, this reminds me of the joke where somebody said he wanted to be remembered in somebody's will, and the will says, hello. And there's no power associated with this, you're just participating.
Yes, I mean, I can, and then
And it just can't be done without at least coming to you and saying, what do you think? You can't stop it,
no,
but you can participate in it.
exactly.
And
And I can make my suggestions.
Comment.
Yes, exactly.
I think
And that's
that, I
what
don't think that's
I just think
Problematic.
the wording needs to be cleaned up so it
Right,
reads
exactly.
grammatically consistent.
Fine. I mean, whatever you, but that's
that's
sort
what
of,
but that's what that means.
yeah, and that's what I'm,
Just don't do it without asking.
no. I
Whether you
mean, I
listen to me or
kept-
not is another whole story, but
No, I'm putting in there because I know there's, a finance director or a city manager that says, no, you're not coming to this audit interview, the audit exit interview. And that's why I have it on here. That's why I'm requesting that
Do
it be
you
on.
want a may or a shall in there?
You put shall,
All right.
I'm with you.
because from my point of view, I need to be part of it. Because that's the other thing is with Moss Adams, if a new finance director comes in or, the current one takes over Moss Adams, then I don't know anything that's going on.
And
I
the
want
next
to be
person, and the
included.
next person who comes in doesn't have to do it. They can say, okay, I don't want.
If we say
That's why
shall,
put-
it does.
That's why we put shall
Yeah,
in there.
no, the shall.
That's why we
that
put
city-
shall
The city
in.
clerk, whoever the city clerk is, shall be part of that going
I agree.
forward. Whether they do anything or not at that meeting is a different story, or interpret that meeting, but they need to be part of it.
It's part of the checks and balances.
Exactly. They represent the citizens of Redondo.
I'm with you.
So I don't mind,
So can we see some revised language? In other words, I
Steve,
don't
a
want to
specific
see,
language.
I don't want to see this reflected in the minutes.
Yeah.
well,
I want to see the language that we're going to forward to the city council.
So I would suggest that we just say the city clerk shall participate during the process and review accounting procedures and annual audit expenses. So you're just adding those, the city clerk shall participate in front of it.
I would prefer to see the verbiage that we're actually
Yes.
going to send, or that we all agree on, right? Or not, or whatever the majority agrees on. My point is, we do a whole process of correcting the minutes for words that are, generally,
Do we have a way at some point to be able to do this in real time to make the corrections to the documents as we decide to put them in there?
I mean, I don't have, no, not this.
We don't want that.
I think also you might want to make this a separate subsection G
Okay.
that says this.
Well, this is what the city, the city manager and I came up with. So if there's anything you want to change, yes. I mean, just.
I don't want
send
to
me-
change it, I want to see it.
My issue, as you probably know, wasn't involvement, it was veto.
Right, yeah, I know what you're saying.
That was my concern. There's no problem with people being involved
Right,
in any of these discussions. It's just who can stop it?
right.
And what this is that you are asked to join, but you literally can't stop it.
Right.
So
That I
that's
can
fine with me.
join, yes, I can join without being,
Right.
that's why it shall. Okay.
So can I ask for a point of order? There is actually a pending motion on the floor with a second already. Can we vote on that?
All right.
And then,
We can, or we can do a friendly amendment. Either way, it's fine. I just want to make sure we're paying attention.
Just repeat the motion.
what?
Just repeat the motion, please.
That we strike out the paragraph after this number 6 that's stricken. I guess it'd be before no person shall be eligible, that, strike out that blue paragraph. Which says the city clerk may appoint deputies to assist them, blah, 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 subject to the deputy shall hold office at pleasure from the city clerk. That was the motion. Mr. Kilroy seconded it.
Okay.
Is this, okay, if I could, in lieu of returning with a statement regarding assistance.
Well, since we're going to be coming back to this next month, rather than going backwards in the mud, we're at least clearing that issue out so that we can go forward to deal with the language that it seems to be the final step on it.
Okay.
So we are going, your motion does, we bring the language back next month.
No, my motion now is to cut out that
understand, yeah.
language, bring it back next month so you can see
Okay.
the change in it, and then at least we'll have more to be able to just move the discussion to the next level.
Got it.
Will that return include the issue of the assistant?
No, it would,
That's not-
we're cutting that out, basically. She has the ability right now to have assistants appointed as long as the city manager and the city council say there's money for it, which is exactly,
But they're also, this is the issue I think that Rolf had, is anything that happens without a statement about the pleasure of the city clerk are civil service.
I'm saying that we should have that, everybody other than the department head in that department should be civil servant.
Well, that's actually the crux of what this whole
Good
discussion
discussion.
is conformity in the charter. So the other two have that, but she does not.
Except
So-
under state law.
Which,
Except we're getting rid of the city attorney one.
And that's, and that's.
wait a minute, wait.
No, that's a fair point, because the other two do not have anything under state law.
okay.
The city clerk does. So it
I'm not
is-
going to get into the state law thing
Yeah,
because I haven't
please.
read the section. You have, and you put me at a disadvantage.
Just understand that if this language comes back without this statement, we're going to be discussing it next month. So
That's
just
right.
understand.
Right, we're going to have another, we're going to have
We're gonna have
another.
another discussion about
That's
this.
correct. That's absolutely correct.
But so understand that's coming.
Yeah, I got it.
Or not.
I'm fine with that, but I'll tell you right now, I've heard from the city attorney that the state law is a moot issue.
Right.
No, it's not about the state law. Excuse me.
I know, but, and I would prefer at this point, after all the discussion, that paragraph be eliminated, and frankly, if we never talk about it again, that's fine with me. I don't see the point. So if there is no other language put in to replace it, fine. I don't really see the need to put any additional language in. We have the ability, as it stands, now we have the status quo. And the status quo is where we need to be at. And I don't see a need to mirror or duplicate either the city attorney or city treasurer's job, verbiage with regards to deputies and whatnot. I just don't see the point. It's a different animal. And that's what we've talked about. City clerk's office is a different situation. And given that different situation, I see no need to put in language that says the city clerk shall have the ability to appoint appoint anything.
I would agree. Like I said, but this whole discussion has focused on the equality amongst offices in the charter. Okay, that's where it started, and that's, basically, that's where it's going to end. If I support you, what you're saying. I think we just beat this horse and it's dead. Okay? I mean,
It's under the mud.
yeah. So,
Decompose.
For public comment?
drowned in the mud.
Okay. I have no public comments here. Or e-comments.
Okay, so your motion and second remains at this point to strike that language. Is there anything else, any friendly substitutions or substitute motions, or do you just want to deal with that issue separately?
Understanding that when this comes back, there will be a discussion. I can see the value of having a civil service assistant, deputy, whatever you want to call it, because of the perception.
We got
Whether
one.
you want to add a deputy that is at will, that's a separate issue. But at least someone should stay and be a civil servant so that they are not under the thumb of.
We already have that.
I'm sorry, we already have, yeah.
Okay, so the solution is you vote in favor of this
No,
tonight, and then you'll have the ability at the next meeting.
That's
to
exactly what I'm
differ-
saying. Next time,
You'll have ability to
understand that
reconsider it.
next time we
Okay.
will have this discussion about that particular issue. And if we could, you are the one with the experience. Is there value in a at-will versus only having civil service?
And don't hold your finger up in the air to see which way the wind is blowing.
Yeah,
Okay.
because it's not about you, it's about the next person.
Ooh, I like that. I think you've said that before.
I've said it before.
It's all about the future,
It's all about the
about the
future.
kids.
Okay, so
Okay.
that motion and second remains. We'll vote on that. All in favor?
Aye.
I will oppose.
Okay.
Now, anything else?
Yeah, I would move that we table the rest of the matters on this matter to the next meeting so that the language and that's highlighted in red can be spelled out consistent with what Member Duizak wants to at least be able to see the language.
I second that.
Yeah, there's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Just as a point of question, are we looking as a final work product, something to recommend to the city council as it would appear on a ballot?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, I'm kind of curious
that's
on that one because it was one of the matters was presented as it would look on the ballot, and they were very much offended by the language. So I think what they're looking for is a report with a recommendation, and
Yeah, because there's a big difference between the two. One needs to be probably drilled down. If you're going to sit there and recommend specific language, that probably is going to take a lot more.
And you're right.
Already have it.
We know from experience, it's the specific language that is the most difficult thing to really get to. That's what we spend our time, we talk about the issues in general, but then boiling down to the actual language is no small task. And I would agree with Ms. Morocco that there's been mixed signals. Now, that is what we did the first time around. I think what they weren't happy with was the resolution and the ballot language that was included.
yeah, and I think what you did with what I started off the meeting that you did with the history of stuff, I think that format would lend itself to a good report because you have certain things already highlighted in blue and in red, and those are going to be the major changes. So when you do the report, you can still present it like that, and you can explain this is why this is there and this is why that's there, and it may have more palatableness with
But
the council.
you know, by giving them the language, they're not going to really want to, I'll just say, formulate language.
Actually, they
So
did say that they would.
No, let me finish. By giving them language, but I don't think we should give them the strikeout language. We should say, here's the charter, and here is the proposed language. And we don't confuse them with the strikeout stuff. So read this one. If this one makes sense, this is the one you put on the ballot.
I think they were more offended with the ballot language, so we can give them something like this with the changes.
The ballot language.
He wrote up a whole resolution.
Yeah, and that I did not expect, but that's,
And that's what they focused on, but I think that they want to be able to do that because they made a mention of the 3 people that did the last go-round.
I don't,
right. And
see,
we
I don't think so. I don't think they don't want to do that. They may present that way, but when it comes down to meeting, say, election deadlines,
we had that
they're
discussion.
they're under the gun. I watched it. I
We
watched
had
it.
that discussion here about whether or not to even include that resolution and ballot box language because we
Well,
never had done in that.
The resolution is different than what I'm talking about.
We had the discussion. We all agreed to, yes, put it forward.
I'm suggesting that we put forward any rewrite of Chapter 11 in its entirety, not with strikeouts.
Just in final.
They already know what's in the charter if they read it, okay?
This is what we propose the charter to read.
Exactly. And that would take a lot of the sting out of what they're looking at for their task.
I would
Or
say,
shall we say nitpickers on the,
Yes.
I think
Well,
Bob's
and rightfully so, I
language
think.
that you did for the other position is actually consistent with what they think they're looking for.
yeah, and what I had done in the past for last time around with this was when I presented both. I presented a strike through and addition version and a final read through version. If I were getting it, and regardless, to go to the voters, we have to give them a strike through and
they
addition.
have to give it.
They have to do that. They have to, you have to, right.
The city has to.
Right. We're just operating out of habit here. We're not conveying thoughts.
Right.
So, I got that. So I have no objection to doing it the other way, but I think that we'll just be back here doing
Yeah.
the same thing again. I think they had from my read, they had an obstinance to change. Well, here's where it's currently, here's the change. Well, it's kind of confusing. They didn't conceive it as an idea. They conceived it as a change to an idea. So The real question is, what is the charter going to look like after the people vote? And what are they voting on?
That's right.
And we'll have to put the strikeouts in for them, and
That's
that's their business. But
city treasurer.
I think we're relaying a concept as opposed to, just a verbiage. And you don't get that if your brain is switching back and forth between red and blue.
Yeah.
I would disagree with that. I think council's going to want to see what was changed. I would want to see.
Oh,
what was
they,
changed.
here's the
One versus the
charter.
other, read.
Yeah, you got to read them, yeah.
It's really tedious to do that.
These aren't long
I thought they
articles.
wanted a written report ultimately. That's
Okay.
the piece that was missing from
The
that.
key thing is what we did the very first time was I put together a written report and had time to bring it here to get it, the buy-in and everybody do that. Last time, we just didn't have time to do that. So what we sent was the end product. And I think that was I would agree that was a unexpected thing to them, that they didn't get any kind of report. It was just final product. And I gave an oral report because I did the best I could with that, but we had not gone through the process of vetting on a written report as we did in the very first November. And in that November one, we provided the strike through and additional language for each one.
And I think Councilman Obashi's comment from that, it's in the minutes. He wanted a report from the committee. It could be bullet points, including conclusions and what the vote was, and added the ballot language and resolution will be resolved by the city attorney and staff. So they don't want ballot language. They don't want a resolution. They just want bullet points, conclusions, and what the vote was.
Works for me.
Okay.
But that's 1 out of 5.
So do we have something on the floor to vote on now?
No.
So are we moving on to the next topic?
It's coming back next month.
Okay, so let's go to the next topic
A
then.
motion second to continue this item to next month.
So moved. Second.
Still no public comment. Yeah, we put on this one.
I would like to just as an addendum, before the meeting is over and we're done with all the items, to be able to, for us to tell you where we think we can be most productive by having which item first on the agenda, second, third, fourth. Because if we spend all the time dealing with the clerk,
We don't get to
then we don't
anybody
get to
else.
the other stuff that may be further along.
There's somebody in the batter's box.
Yes,
Gene's got work to do.
he's only part-time.
We're taking up all his time
He's only
here.
been here part-time.
Okay.
Hey, Gene.
So we should move on.
There's a motion and a second to continue this item to the next regular meeting. Is there a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, item is continued.
Here's what I found.
Whoops. Here's what I found.
In opposition.
Sounds like an AI bot.
Getting back to the agenda. Item I2, discussion and possible action per city council's direction regarding Article 11, Section 11.1, City Treasurer. Mr. Solomon, our treasurer, has joined us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach City Treasurer. Thank you for having me back to discuss modifications or changes, possible changes to the city charter language for the city treasurer for section 11.1. Like to address a few items to the committee, if I may. I presented and sent over yesterday a version of possible language changes to 11.1. Went through this information with the city manager, discussed it with the city finance director. Some of the topics of change have been discussed with the committee here as a whole and a couple of the committee members outside of this chamber. This is the information that I'm bringing forward as a broad stroke to take a look at it. The other part of it that I would say is there have been some questions that have been raised in the past, and I'd like to address some of those questions. One is this the best way of doing it? Is our current practice, the tactical functions being performed by the city finance department, the best way to do it? And I've said here before, and I'll say again tonight, that I believe that that is the best way to do it, that those people are in the position with the training, the experience, and the resources to go ahead and perform those functions, keeping up to date on all of the latest state requirements, federal requirements, in conjunction with their work experience elsewhere. The question came up at one point about the qualifications of different people within our department and the Treasurer's Department and within the City Finance Department. So I went and pulled that information in response to something that Mr. Jawdziak had asked before. The Deputy City Treasurer has an MBA. He has a degree in economics from UC Irvine and an MBA in finance from Cal State Fullerton. He's worked as a Series 7 license, which is a securities licensing through FINRA. His previous job experiences were as a senior analyst at Rochman & Associates, worked for U.S. Department of Justice and Wells Fargo in finance and financial analysis. When the Deputy City Treasurer's role was put up as a role to be filled, the listing in 2016 focused on investment more so than the accounting or other balance sheets and profit and loss statements and cash flow work that you might otherwise see for a person handling the intake and reconciliation of all deposits. The position, the qualifications listed a bachelor's degree in finance, public administration, business administration, or related field. Position requires 4 years of increasingly responsible management experience in municipal finance, accounting, or treasury management. Relevant knowledge and experience is helpful. Expected competencies are sound decision-making, critical thinking ability, problem-solving, and innovation and skill. With regard to the item, it focused on the idea of investment management, treasury management. In contrast, the way we have it situated now, when you see positions that are being advertised for the city finance department, they focus on, this is a job for an accountant that we have currently posted. Work in accounting or closely related field, a minimum of 3 years of considerable experience at a professional accounting level, preferably in a public agency. So focusing on municipal accounting. Reconciling cash and investment bank statements, which is a performance metric that's currently listed under the Treasurer's Department, but being performed by the City Finance Department. Reviewing and posting cash receipts. Again, this is a job for an accountant in the Financial Services Office, rather than what you would have seen in the job description for the Deputy City Treasurer. Professional accounting work, reconciliations, accounts receivable, billing, collections, cash management, and general ledger postings. Those are functions that are described in 11.1, but being performed by the staffing, the 16 people in the Financial Services Department. When we looked for our finance director in the job posting in 2023, it was similar, but it was more broad. Administering budgets, seeking new revenues, containing costs, safeguarding assets, accurately reporting financial conditions. More geared towards financial reporting, reconciliations, state and federal regulations, those sorts of things, and reconciling our accounts.
No education requirements?
The education requirements are there. There's a preference for. I was happily surprised to see a bonus for a person if they were a veteran. The minimum qualifications requires graduation from an accredited college or university with a bachelor's degree in accounting, finance, business administration, or a related field. A master's degree in a relevant field and/or certified public accountant designation is highly desirable. This was for our posting for finance director from December of 2022. And it was similar requirements for the assistant finance director that was posted about the same time as well and filled by Stephanie Meyer. Our finance director has a BS in economics from the University of Hawaii and has a master's degree in finance from Florida State University. Previously worked, a master's from Florida State as a certified public manager. A BS in finance and economics from the University of Hawaii. Has worked previously as an assistant controller, the CFO of Osceola Community Health in Florida, and the director of finance in St. Cloud, Florida. None of these sorts of requirements or job skills are required by the charter of the city treasurer's office, and none of those requirements were listed as necessary for the posting for the deputy treasurer's office. Leads me back to the statement that I made that these functions are currently being performed by the city finance department. The staffing in the city finance department is such in seeking out employees there to perform these tasks and indeed excel in the education and work history in performing these tasks. The Treasurer's Department, as we talked about here, is 2 people, and the Finance Department is now 16 people. Still believe that those functions are best left with the City Finance Department based on the staffing, the education requirements, the work experience, and the education of those people performing those functions at this time. That, to me, is in the best interest of the city. There are other, not anecdotal, but informational pieces that we discussed here previously. We have invoked the name Moss Adams often enough. In the Moss Adams report, those items were recommended by a consultant paid by the city to analyze our policies and procedures, that these items be formally designated to the City Finance Department and or carried out by the City Finance Department. In light of all of that, when I looked at the Treasurer's 11.1 charter responsibilities and following up with those discussions with the people that I mentioned earlier, such as the city manager and the city finance director, came up with the idea of adjusting or amending the city treasurer's role within the charter. Very importantly, I mentioned or changed or added, I should say, at the top here, the recommendation that the city treasurer shall, in the very beginning, maintain an autonomous role of oversight in the monitoring of all the public funds belonging to or under the control of the city or any office, department, or agency thereof, and shall have the power and be required to. That the oversight role will remain very important, that the person sitting as the leader of that department, along with their deputy, will have this function to oversee and monitor in an autonomous way those performance metrics, those responsibilities that are being carried out by the finance department. Use the word throughout here, or the phrase monitor. And consider the idea of using the word review, administer, audit, several different ideas. Monitor seemed to be stronger in discussions with people, a term than review, but less onerous than audit. There is still some language with regard to audit within the piece, the solution that we have here in front of us for those monthly reports and other reconciliations did leave audit responsibilities available to the Treasurer's Department as, again, an important function of that person's oversight as an independently elected official. But that's what I have to present to you this evening, and the way in which all this came about for you to discuss and ask any questions of tonight.
Mr. Morocco.
So, I like the way you presented this, and it actually keeps it a significant role, but I wanted to look at F, collect city taxes and license fees. You left that out of a monitoring role. Do you actually physically, are you the one who collects the fees that we send in for like our dog license fees and any UIT taxes, and what's your role in that?
Our
now?
department is not currently in the position where we intake and reconcile those deposits. The reason I left it without amendment purposely to, thank you for doing so, have a discussion about it. We had a person who was, so if it would be monitor, collect tax and licensing fees, or some other audit of ability to audit tax and licensing fees. The person who we had collecting business licenses, as an example, retired late last year or left the city late last year. That role was reclassified into an analyst role. So the discussion I still want to have with the city manager and finance director is if that person who was assigned specifically for, say, business licensing is now an analyst, is that analyst performing that role? And if they're not performing that role, perhaps that role is left with the city treasurer to go ahead and pursue business licensing fees and reconcile business licensing fees for the betterment of the city. So that's why I left it as it was. I thank you for bringing it up. It's a discussion, I think, for me to have offline with the city finance department and then bring back to you for your discussions here as to whether or not the treasurer should continue to do that in the absence of a person doing that in the finance department, or rather have it similar to where the other parts of it here to monitor, audit, or otherwise review.
So are you setting something up as a catch-all? If you, as the treasurer, notice that the finance department is not doing something, are you reserving the ability to assert yourself into that role?
I think that would be a better way of doing it, rather than with specificity as a catch-all, as you described, in the event that rather it be overbroad than too narrowly defined, so that that person sitting in that chair, whether it's me or another person, has the ability that we don't lose sight of something for lack of having it defined within the charter. So I would agree with that description and think it's a good idea.
If I could. This is a re-envisioning of the department from the charter's perspective.
From the charter's perspective, yes, but not from our functional perspective.
The issue of oversight and review without, for example, with investments, you've got to report every quarter.
Yes, by our investment policy and by charter, yes.
Is it worthwhile to place in here that there is a report to the council of your oversight?
Outside of the other reporting and separate from the designation of reporting for investment policies and reconciliation of investments. Is that what you mean? So reporting of an audit that was performed.
When you are asking for oversight responsibility, but there isn't any clear means by which you report, unless you decide to stick your head up and say something's wrong. Would it be valuable, again, not you, future, that someone be required on a regular basis to say, yeah, everything's going right from my perspective?
Do we have that by ordinance or resolution now?
I'm not aware of an ordinance that requires that.
It's the monthly reporting.
That's the investment.
So with regard to investments, it's required by our investment policy.
That was done after the Orange County bankruptcy.
So investment policies are reviewed by the state, approved by the state of California. They can take quarterly reporting by the Treasurer's Department, bringing the investment policy back once a year from the Treasurer's Department, monthly reporting to the City Council of our investments is required, and we send out emails to all the members of the council with our monthly economic report, our monthly investments. Those are all required by our investment policy.
That's the one I was thinking of, that there was a monthly report, had not been, was not being done, but you found it and it did get started up again.
Right now, we have it where have been notifying the council. We also send that to, at my request, the Budget and Finance Commission on a monthly basis. And with regard to the monthly investment reports, with the re-envisioning of our website, as a matter of transparency, have had that placed on the website as well for the public to review, the monthly investment reports.
Mr. Dwozak.
Wait a second, I'm not finished. Excuse me,
I
sorry.
do have an answer to Mr. Pensler's question.
Let me just finish. The use of the word autonomous seems kind of strange to me, but why that has to be in there? I mean, you're an elected official, that is, so autonomous is maybe overstatement of it. And you say role of oversight, and the first thing you say is review, but oversight for monitoring all public funds, and then you say review administration of all monies. Why aren't you overseeing?
With regard to oversight, what does that mean? What is the oversight function then? So is it that the person in that role has the opportunity, or is it required to go ahead and review all of those things on a monthly basis and report? Oversight seemed, would that gum up the works as the discussions that we've had here with regard to the city clerk? So what is the way through that if the city treasurer's department says, oh, I haven't conducted all of my oversight for these receipts this month, so they can't then, if they haven't had their proper oversight, can they be released to be dispersed?
You can say the same thing about review. If you haven't looked at it, you haven't reviewed it.
I could see that, but I think oversight has a little bit stronger connotation to it than the word review. And it goes back to the point that I made in the opening, where there was a debate, both for an internal debate for myself and then the discussion with others as to the propriety of the different words. And I thought that would be a good discussion for the committee to see, is that the appropriate word? Is that what we message that we want to convey? Is it strong enough? Does it display a weakness? Does it trigger something else that's unwanted, or that's an experience that we don't want to have an unnecessary consequence of?
You've used different words in here. A is review, B is monitor, C is monitor, D is examine, E is review, F is collect, G is invest. Is there any, is it a?
The thought process behind that, there were some sections of it that thought would require a stronger language, stronger connotation, stronger oversight, for lack of a better way of putting it, and others that would be more ministerial.
So the administration of all monies, review as opposed to monitor. Why the difference?
So as to not create an imaginary or real barrier to policies and procedures and smooth performance within the finance director's office.
I've gotten away from oversight.
I
Review
understand.
versus monitor. You have monitor for monies received from any source, monitor disbursements. What about monitoring administration of collection? Which is what A is, right?
When you say administrative collection, you're speaking of F?
A.
Oh, A, okay.
Administration of all monies collected from any source, you're reviewing it as opposed to monitoring it. I mean, in a charter, when you change words like that, it implies a difference. Is there actually a difference?
Only in the sense that I thought that the word review had seemed less onerous than monitor, and so inserted the word monitor in those places where I thought that we would want a stronger connotation of demonstrating a check or balance, or I'll use the word oversight, but not in the same way, of that person's position in their role in the city. That we,
In the first paragraph, you say maintain an autonomous role of oversight for monitoring all public funds. Basically, your oversight of all of these things by definition.
and if that was after discussion, the better way of framing it or phrasing it, I'd be open to that idea.
But
I'm
okay.
not marrying myself to it. I understand what you're asking, that I understand that the words matter, and there's a nuance to all of the language that's used that has repercussions. And this is why I wanted to have, or I was hoping to have this discussion. In the original draft that I had, it had a listing of several different words that could be used in that context. And I'm hoping for some suggestions from the committee and then going forward for language that might be the most suitable. And if you're looking for, we want to talk about consistency within language and agree or land on a word such as monitor as opposed to review to maintain consistency throughout the document, I think that that's a valuable comment and well put.
And just one other thing is that when you say treasurer may appoint deputies for whose acts he and his bondsmen are responsible, the deputy shall hold office at the pleasure of the city treasurer. Well, the previous discussion was budget issue. It sounds like this, you can create these jobs.
I can create them, but as we've discussed here before, I can't fund them.
Yes, maybe, because you're creating a job and you may even be able to go and hire somebody and then have a problem that you don't have the money to pay for them. What happens then? I mean, the idea, I think, should be with an approval of the council.
I don't know that I'm going to post a job with zero salary
Oh, no, you
to perform a number of these
may
functions.
claim what,
And have many candidates.
you may be under this, be able to claim what its salary is, and then, because it would seem under this as a separately elected official, you may be able to do that. I just think the words upon approval of the city council should be somewhere in there.
Within the section, city treasurer may appoint deputies. So you're discussing the idea of inserting the idea that any deputy the treasurer appointed would have to be approved by the council.
Budgeting for budgeted for by the city council. Just, again, future. Trying to think of something in the future where.
I don't know that, I don't know, I agree with the concept of getting the city council's approval to hire deputies for that person, for that department, understanding that they hold the purse strings. I could see where that would create conflict between the council and the elected officials on the council and the elected official in the city treasurer's office.
Just
unnecessary conflict where the city treasurer could find a well-qualified person that they would like to go ahead and hire to perform a function, like a deputy city treasurer that we have now. And then beyond the treasurer interviewing that person, examining their qualifications and having to get permission from the council to hire them.
Mr. Wozniak.
I, for one, compliment you on your creative writing skills, not using the same word in more than one consecutive paragraph.
My lack
I'd
of
like to talk
consistency.
about F where there are no conflicting words. I have both dog licenses and a business license. And the dog licenses are definitely a contract because I send that money to Texas and it comes back. I'm not sure about my business license.
You're correct about the dog. Yes, the correct dog license is
Okay,
absolutely.
well, my question is, who administers those contracts?
The administration
Advertises and signs off on them.
that would be a contract brought for approval to the city council and the revenues
By
brought
who,
in.
you?
By finance.
Finance.
Finance does those contracts.
So right away, we have a conflict in F.
I can, just to remind.
I just thought I'd get back into the mud here.
Thank you. To remind you of the history, even before the recent change in job spec within financial services to an analyst, it was in fact in the city treasurer department. And the city treasurer employee who would go out actively to businesses and see if their business license was posted. And I know that because when I was prosecutor, he'd bring in people that just refused to buy a business license to me for prosecution. It was separate from the movement of all of the clerk's duties from financial into financial services. And we looked at that budget of the last time before it went to full-time, and you recall the one piece of employee, the one employee that was missing was that service person. You can move it around, but the one thing I'd like to add, and the reason I came out, is that it has implications for who does the hearing when and who determines if the tax is being underpaid. So currently and previously, continuously, it's always been the treasurer that undergoes we have a collection of tax and we're going to have a hearing, and the tax collector treasurer holds the hearing. And then if he determines taxes owed, it can be appealed to the city council. So just keep in mind that if you change that, that may have an unintended consequence of who's actually,
We're talking about business license.
well, business license, they're missing the one person in the, and that was,
My personal experience is, it's like I get 2 envelopes. One goes to Texas, which is obviously a contract. The other one, I'm not really sure if it goes to P.O. Box, what is it, 490 or whatever it is?
Yeah, that's just
PO boxes?
that's just a lockbox that all the checks go to. It's a lockbox that all the checks go to, but the city,
That's
that's the business license.
What's the lockbox?
When you send the payment goes to a lockbox.
Did you pay
Texas.
No,
No, in Cal-
That's
in
dog
here.
license.
That's my dog license.
Right, that's your dog
So that's a
license.
contract.
Right.
Okay, so who lets that contract? Who puts that out for bid and,
Financial services.
probably,
I'm sorry?
Who can fire him?
well, maybe fire department. I mean, sorry, police department, because animal
Animal
control
control.
was moved to the police
All right, I
department.
realize.
But that, so it's do you want to restore position to the city
No,
treasurer?
I haven't really finished my whole
Okay.
point. So the money goes to Texas, then it comes back. Who gets that money when it comes back? Your department?
Currently, it goes to the city finance department.
So there is no report. You don't get a
Not collecting
report
it.
monthly on how many dogs do we have in the city? Anybody know?
I don't.
Well, I meant, I only pay $10 because I'm an old guy. But I mean, I think the normal fee is $40.
I used to know, because I used to
sorry?
run that department. I used to run dog license and
Oh, I had
business
two big
license.
ones. I'm getting a bargain. But my point being is, the money is going somewhere, and that's called collection. All right, those are receivables, okay? Who's controlling the receivables?
That goes to the city cashiering finance
That's in your
department.
department, no?
That's in the finance department.
Oh, they moved them, okay.
So this F doesn't work.
I'm sorry?
So this F line doesn't
Yeah,
work.
it
Well,
doesn't work.
it depends, either you change it back to what it was before, or you change F. But and my only point was not to advocate for either, but just to know that if you remove it, then you're changing the fundamental, who does the hearing, whether taxes
What are
are,
we doing now? What are we doing now?
the treasurer does it. We
Oh, you're
did
doing the hearings.
one currently where the treasurer made the
Okay, all right.
determination that there needs
Just so
to
you
be
know,
a
I pay my
hearing.
business tax. I'm on the good guy list.
That's good. So anyways, again, you can change it back to what it was prior to becoming full-time, if that's consistent with how you can do it, or change the language. But changing the language will mean changing who decides whether someone is underpaid and who does the hearing to decide whether someone is underpaid, although it could still go to
That's for sales tax and business license tax.
Yeah, it just refers to in the municipal code, tax collector. And right
Tax
now,
collector.
tax collector in the charter is defined as city treasurer. So it's akin to your point, like if you change a word, it can have unintended consequences. And so whatever your recommendation is, it either needs to be change all of the ordinance to reflect the optimal operation of the treasurer, or recommendation that, if that doesn't happen, then change the budgetary authority back to where the person can do that. So, it's not really, like you can say, we're not going to change it because we don't think it should be changed, but notes there is a conflict, as the chair has noted in committee Pinsler, there's a conflict between the two currently. And whatever you think is the best one is what you should recommend to the council. And it may be changing all of the charter, or it may be leaving leaving F and pointing out that the treasurer currently doesn't have enough budgetary authority to do that.
Mr. Morocco.
It's up to you.
So what I'm hearing from you, Mr. Solomon, is that you, and this goes to Mr. Pinslow's point, this autonomous role of oversight, you're perceiving your role as the financial watchdog department in the city, that you're making sure that all the financial mechanisms are working correctly.
For receipts and investments.
For everything, actually. It sounds monitoring, disbursements, examining, you're looking for all the irregularities. So you're kind of becoming just the troubleshooter and identifying and bringing into the light financial irregularities. That's what I'm getting from the description up until E. I think Mr. Webb's point about the hearings should probably be continued in there. But is that what you're envisioning?
I think that's a fair characterization.
Okay. And where I'm having the disconnect in, and that's the paragraph dealing with you're able to appoint deputies. I'm not getting a sense that what you're leaving yourself with is something that you actually do need to appoint more than one deputy into the role. You've got yourself in a part-time. You obviously want to have a full-time person that can carry out your requests. And so we get back to the issue that we had with the city clerk is maybe we just be more specific that you can appoint one deputy to carry out the functions that you have under the charter. And that would, whether it's a hearing officer, whatever.
Specifying a number rather than just leaving it as deputies?
Yeah, because right now I don't see, as a watchdog or entity that you actually do need anybody working for you. But obviously, if you're part-time, it's always a good idea to have somebody as the backup person that can do the stuff. So I can envision the multiple deputies and the pleasure of the city treasurer. Again, we have the civil service thing, and I think from our checks and balances, having an elected person with an assistant that's a civil service is an actual check in and of itself. So I could see that, but I just wanted to clarify on the financial watchdog stuff, which may actually help lend to the language that you're looking for between monitor and review and things like that.
And I think to build on that a little bit, eliminate it, what are we doing currently in the treasurer's department? So give you an idea of what the day-to-day is or what the month-to-month is. On a monthly basis, we have meetings with our city investment advisory group where we review the economic report and we review our city investments. We have on a quarterly basis the reports that are produced that we talked about here a moment ago, the quarterly treasurer's report and the investment report. We have the investment policy. On a quarterly basis, the treasurer's office, I see reports with regard to property taxes. I see reports with regard to sales tax. I see reports with regard to real estate sales. We get reports, hard copy reports each month of the TOT taxes that are coming in. And other taxes that are coming in are deposited by the cashier's office in the finance department. And then those TOT reports, those UUT reports that are coming in, the reports on the taxes in general from any source are produced for us to review currently. Looking for any discrepancies, looking for any irregularities, whatever it may be, and to, quite frankly, ensure that those reports are coming in on a monthly basis. We often are tasked with cash flow discussions in coordination with the city finance department. We have debt service payments that are coming up on May 1st. There are several debt service payments that come up. We coordinate with the city finance department and making sure that we have liquidity as we are tasked out as part of our investment requirements for the city to meet those needs. And in the investment report each month, the monthly report, it says the city has enough cash reserves to meet its requirements for the next 6 months. So those are some of the things, but not all of the things that are happening in the treasurer's department on a day in and day out basis. It's in many ways a support role for the city finance department, for example, with the cash flow. In many ways, it's an oversight role. and getting the reports from the TOT, UUT, whatever it might be, taxes and revenues that are coming in. It's an advisory role and oversight role with regard to the city investments because we have a third-party investment advisory. And maybe that speaks to subconsciously why when I was looking through this, some of these items were review or monitor, and the differentiating, at least in my mind when I was going through it, those terms based on some of the work product that I've been experiencing in that role.
If I could, excuse me, but if I could jump on that for a second. You spent a lot of time thinking about this. Yet you left the two actions, collect and invest, as they were. Is that the way you envision the department, or is that the way you see it? Because collect is a very specific thing.
Not so much for F. I can see it being stricken or otherwise removed with the confirmation that, or put into a review role or a monitor role, depending upon the language choice, rather than not, in consideration of discussions that I had with the city attorney previously as to the ramifications of acting as a hearing officer in some situations. So who would be the right person to do that? Do we want to still have the treasurer performing that role or not? Again, why I left it for discussion here to see, I can make a decision about it to go ahead and strike that, but I thought it would be better to go ahead and leave it how it was. Granted, we were going to have a discussion anyway, but to get input so that I don't have a confirmation bias of that discussion.
The question, though, is you're envisioning a restructuring of the department as far as the charter is concerned.
Yes.
Yet you left these two things. Is there a reason you left those two
I
things?
definitely think that it's important for the invest component.
Invest, absolutely. I'm not
Absolutely.
questioning that.
With regard to F, I'm agnostic on the idea of it remaining or not remaining, with the understanding that if we do take action on that as a city, the voters take action on that, it would likely mean that the city treasurer would not be the hearing officer in that situation,
Unless stated.
unless stated.
That could be done too. So, yeah, but you made that point early on, I believe, that you intentionally left F for purposes
For purposes of discussion.
You didn't have a clear position on that. So that potentially, it's clear you don't do the collection.
We do not.
However, could we restructure to say act as the hearing officer for?
I don't know if
right
that's
one to be
already, sorry, Mr. Webb, that's a legal question. I don't know if that's determined by ordinance, which I believe it is, if it's described in ordinance, and whether or not the effect of, so we would have to have it sounded like, based on the conversation here a few minutes ago, that described as an act as hearing officer for that. Could that language be inserted into the charter in that way is the question.
Okay. Madam, I'm going to finish real quick. Madam Clerk, we have various agencies within the city. At the beginning of city council, they'll go into, they'll adjourn to this agency. How many different ones are there? There's a housing one, community development. Okay.
Parking, there's housing.
Yeah, there's-
City clerk, please. City clerk.
There's the,
City clerk, please.
Financing authority.
I asked the city clerk. I appreciate the input, but let's
Community Financing Authority.
You sure you don't want this?
beat him over the head with it.
So we have the Community Financing Authority, the Housing Authority, Parking Authority, the Public Financing Authority, the Successor Agency.
Okay, do those authorities, agencies have funds?
Some do.
And are you involved with those? Because the way it's worded, all public funds belonging to or under the control of the city, it would include those. And maybe that's just never been thought about before.
When it comes to the Community Financing Authority as an example, if and when recently it happened, the city were to issue bonds, like we did with lease revenue bonds for the refinancing of our pension debt, the city treasurer has a role in that.
Yes.
But I'm just thinking, all those seem to have, there's usually a motion to disperse some kind of funds or something.
Yeah, and usually what happens, like, I know Community Financing Authority, there's a reimbursement, that's what the check comes from. So just a reimbursement. So it's all, you're looking at all city funds, not
Okay,
looking at
so
all
you do
expenditures.
currently. So
There's
that,
Titleins, there's
thank you,
uplands.
thank you.
Those, yes.
Okay, and then, yeah, as to the wording, I think you did put careful thought. I would agree that different words have different feeling of strength to them. Originally, there was a talk about would we have supervise or something else, or not, no, it wasn't supervise, it was, instead of review had a higher connotation, I think, than monitor.
It might have been administer or.
Yeah, administer has, some of those have like a supervisory kind of connotation to them, which that's what you don't necessarily want to get into here, I believe. You want to have, like the city clerk, have the ability to basically fully investigate and raise issues, but
And that's where you see where the word audit remains, for example, in item E. When we had the discussions with regard to the city clerk's item for approving, and that what could end up being a dispute with a bad actor in any of the pipeline in the city clerk or the city manager, and we wanted to, and the committee was trying to create a way through by putting a timeline or something otherwise on that. And I don't want to have a situation with item E where it has the ability to audit or review or monitor, whatever language ends up being recommended to go forward, that ends up being a blockade for a dispute between the city treasurer and a member of the finance team, or a dispute between the city treasurer and the clerk's office or the city manager, that there's a way through that. And that there's methodology involved there.
and just a quick question to you. In this case, you did start with the most current language of the charter, correct?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
We just, that had happened before where it wasn't the most current case and it just,
Yeah, excepting where I look in down here where in the bottom section where it says Treasurer Mary Point Deputies for acts for he and his bondsman, that should be they and their.
Did we forget that?
he and the city treasurer's bond agents is the current language. Just want to make sure we start with the current language because as we said, words are important and we spend so much time looking at these individual words. So that's why I think it is important that we do the actual language, whether it comes in a final form or a revision, or track revisions form, do that for the city council ahead of time and then send it to them and let them do as they may after that, but not just to give them concepts because the real work is in the words.
Yeah, that's why these discussions are so important. I think for us to go ahead as a group, me working with you all to come up with the phrases that you think would be most appropriate, that convey the right message, that are consistent, or otherwise change around. I'm not so bold as to say that this is the way it should be, and I'm not going to hear any discussion about any changes to what I'm presenting to you and doing this as a courtesy. I'm hoping for input. I'm hoping for a discussion and change of what you see before you tonight so that we all as a group, myself and the committee, when that report's presented to city council, can do so with confidence and consensus. That's where I would like to achieve.
And is your deputy at will to you?
I believe he's a civil service employee, so. He's at will? Okay. My mistake.
I thought he was too.
Okay, one final thing. I think we would strike the language of effective date of this charter.
Yeah.
Charter amendment, yeah. Yeah, I want to go back and make sure that we are starting from the most current language, just to avoid any confusion. Yeah. Mr. Duziak, sorry.
First of all, the current language is a lot more verbiage, so I don't see it on my, the strikeout copy. But I want to go back to F. I want to go back to license fees and the recalcitrant tax people who have hearings. Who provides the data that says that they're delinquent or recalcitrant? And we're talking about TOTs. I know who used to do it in your office, but who now does it? If you only have
The process, there used to be a lot of people in the treasurer's office. Then there was down to 3. One was an auditor, and now we have the 2. When and if there is a tax deficiency, then the city prepares through for our office, the treasurer's department, a notice of deficiency. And a notice of deficiency would go out to the party who is suspected of failing to pay. And that person would then either pay or not pay and request a hearing as to why they don't feel that they owe
Okay, but
X number
that's
of
the
dollars.
overall, I got that part. Let's say TOT. Okay. Who audits the TOT? Let's just, they can pick Hotel X. Who says we're going to run a random check on their receipts and see if everything jives with their occupancy?
That presently would be, the way I understand it, the city treasurer.
That's your office.
We get, the city finances
in your
department
office
gets the
does
money. It would be myself or the deputy treasurer.
All right, so that brings
We
me,
both review those reports monthly.
okay, but that brings me down to something you kind of skirted around and didn't include in your copy here, and that's the qualifications for the treasurer. You got any ideas on that?
My personal feeling is that if you're going to have a person performing these functions, that person should have some background in performing these functions in an ideal world. There are,
I don't see that here, though.
and I, in the past, we've had discussions about it when I was a member of the committee with you all. There was brief discussions about qualifications with regard to city treasurer, and then you've had in-depth qualifications about the city treasurer's, other roles within the city, for city clerk, for example, and even city attorney.
I'm focusing on,
Do I think that there should be some sort of language like there is for the city clerk, like there is for the city attorney, for the city treasurer? I think it would be a best practice. I think it would be a good idea for a person who is overseeing the management of a $100 million portfolio to have some experience in those matters.
we're also doing some accounting, according to you.
You're also doing some accounting. So some level of business experience or
We're also
or
doing a
other.
whole level of advocacy if you're a prosecutor. And that's what basically a hearing officer is. You get help from the city's attorney's office for that? Do they have
Yes.
an attorney
We-
that specifies, is specific to you,
Yes.
your department? Okay.
If I can lay out the scenario
don't
to
have to.
answer it if you like.
No, I'm trying to get a feel for what the duties encompass as opposed to having somebody that's elected walks in the door and says, oh, by the way, you're going to be a hearing officer. And even better, you get to go out and do some sleuthing, So
If I could,
you don't call it sleuthing?
if I could
Yeah,
jump
I
on.
just imagine Eugene going out there undercover to one of these businesses.
If I could jump on that issue for a second?
I'm sorry?
If I could jump on that issue for a
Sure, go ahead.
second? Some cities have city treasurers and city controllers, and the controllers are investigators to a great extent. We don't have a city controller. Do you think an investigative statement in here that you have the ability to investigate would be worth it? Which is exactly what Joe's talking about.
There used to be that position of an auditor in the city treasurer's department, and
remember.
that role was eliminated with budget cuts. The idea of the city treasurer's department being able to audit these items, I think, is very valuable to the overall fiscal health of the city and as a check of any
But
misappropriations.
if I understood you right, it's either you or your deputy who is actually doing the auditing.
Correct.
Okay, so that makes a difference to me.
And there isn't currently an assigned deputy and the financing for an auditor position within the treasurer's.
Okay, I don't care about those guys. I care about your office right now, but.
Mr. Bravo.
So I want to go back to F also. So the collection policy, is that established by your office, approved by the council? Is it something by ordinance? And then it flows into the write-off policy, the same thing. Is that something that your office is involved with at all? Because you could put the word supervise the collection and still maintain the hearing position if your office is the one who has the direct establishment of those policies. And we're looking in the Library Commission about writing off overdue fees that have been out there for years. So I assume that would fall either to the Finance Department or the council or to your office at some point.
Those policies and procedures are established and monitored by the city finance department.
Okay.
The main role of the treasurer's department with regard to those is reviewing those reports that are produced from those collections.
Okay. So any
Not
write-offs would
creating
have
the
to go
policy
through the
by which
Finance
those
Department?
collections are performed
Write-offs would have to go through Finance Department?
through finance department.
Okay.
I thought they went through the penal department.
Did you do a comparison to other cities for this?
I did, but frankly, I don't remember. But I was looking through other charters as to
There's a
the
report
role
in
of the treasurer. I think there's a report.
Yeah, it's
Frankly,
in
I
there.
can't remember it. But the question I'm asking here is, this is a re-envisioning of this department. Right now, this is retrofitting existing language. Were you to start from scratch and create this, would this be what you would put into your vision of this department as a part-time, two-employee department?
I think I would use economy of language to describe the review, administration, monitoring of the monies received and of the reporting and those sorts of things. I think it's a little bit verbose as, all of the items in there might be a better way of describing it, a more economic use of language. So from that part of it, I would say be re-envisioned. With regard to the remaining items that I didn't address in G there with regard to the investments, and I know you agreed with this before, I wouldn't mess around with
Wouldn't touch
that.
That's the primary job at this point.
Yes.
But the rest of it is supervisory and to some extent investigative.
Yes. So I would say
That word's missing, investigative, because, and perhaps it should be in.
for actual on-the-job experiences. And I've interjected myself because I can't speak to what the people previously did. So I don't know if interject's the right word for it. But when it came to TOT, there's questions about TOT from that we're going through right now, and we're going through reporting and have been reviewing their submissions and their financials. And we have been doing that, and I've been participating in those discussions and those meetings. There is a hearing that's being conducted currently with regard to an appeal on a tax. And I was a hearing officer and had independent legal counsel from the city to help with that. The monthly reporting, I've made certain that's something that we review on a regular basis. So I would say that it could be streamlined, yes, but that function, that investigatory function, is the way that you're describing it, is something that we actively participate in our department, that the deputy does and that I do as well.
And
I think it's an important function.
yes, and the verbiage that we put in the language and the people get to vote on is what we're talking about here. So. yeah,
And that
I'm
person's
with you.
independence, which is why I use the word autonomous, to no uncertain terms, emphasize the independence of that person as a representative of the public. I use that word, I use that phrase as a point of emphasis.
Okay.
Whether it's appropriate or not I'm open to discussion on, but that's why I used it.
Just an odd, autonomous is just independent, I don't know what the word.
Reminds me of the poem
poem.
Ozymandias, so.
Whatever it is, but.
How about vicious advocate?
No, the issue here is that this is an opportunity, other than your predecessor, and it was somewhat passive in that transition, you are faced with a different department that existed before. And the expectation is that department will come after you as well, continue after you as well. How can this be stated so that this is the way this department is structured now and should be structured in the future, clearly?
So is what I'm hearing you say is rather than simply writing it to conform with
Right.
the current practice, would we go a step beyond that and recommend some actual changes? In addition, some of it may be conformity, some of it may be, no, this is actually a better way, and we would like to propose that.
Right, I mean, and perhaps rightfully so, you're trying to retrofit in this to existing language, using words like the monitor and review and all this other stuff. But is that the way you want this to be presented for the future of this department? Is this the way you see the department existing beyond you?
I think the concepts of that independent oversight are very important to convey. Is this exactly the way that it should be formatted? I'm open to the idea of changing that. I want to balance that idea of completely rewriting this section. I retrofitted it rather than completely rewrote it with the idea that bring it into conformity with what our current functions are, recognizing that the tactical functions are no longer performed by this department, and balancing that over the consideration of what are we going to present to the voters that will be palatable to them, that they can agree with, absent the very real consequence of these amendments not going through would be then to say, all right, then we have to reorganize what's going on right now, because we're not operating in a manner, in my opinion, that is in conformity with the tactical functions as they're written here. Currently.
Well, I think we're all in agreement there.
That's why I retrofitted, to use your phrase, rather than completely
Okay, I understand.
rewrote.
At the time you took office, would these, without anything that you did any differently potentially or anything, when you took over the office, would these same changes to the charter have been the right way to go? Or have there been changes since you've been in? I'm wondering.
Changes to the tactical functions?
Changes to the charter. When you first started with the office, were we doing what the charter says?
As we've discussed here, those functions were assigned to the city finance department 15 years ago.
He's only got a year on the job.
Seems like more.
Dog years.
We miss you, Gene.
Frankly, I don't have an issue with, other than item F, which I think doesn't really represent what's going on.
Would you have a suggestion as to striking that item, modifying that item?
I think it's a supervision issue because it opens up the ability of you to be able to analyze it.
Would you insert one of the words that I suggested above, monitor, review, or examine with F? Or would you change F in a way that perhaps Mr. Morocco described as more of a catch-all?
I would want something a little bit more active because there is a result specifically to this. If you say something's wrong, this is what I was talking about with the controller. If there's something wrong, this gives you the ability to specify this as a thing you work on. The rest of it is a report to the city council. you may, as city treasurer, supervise and put an action in place, probably without even the need for the city council. You may want to inform them. This is one area that you need to have more power. That one thing. The rest of it is, in fact, review, monitor.
So do you think that the word audit would be more appropriate there?
I think supervise is what.
Supervise.
Supervise is what Mr. Pinsler's indicated, and I think that
And what would supervise mean in that case?
you're the final word on that.
Right.
And if you see in the Moss Adams report, they say, if you see irregularities in the collection process, that's your role to bring it forth. So you'd be acting as an auditor in some capacity, you'd be acting as a watchdog over the whole process. You may have input for the policy and collections that need to be adopted with the finance department if they're the ones carrying it out, but you would have the final say, and it's kind of like what we do with the city clerk, on that aspect of it.
I'm comfortable with leaving F and adding a word like supervise to that. I think it's worthwhile
Yeah.
to have that there.
And that lets you be the hearing officer as well without actually.
It would not,
Adding
I
more.
don't think it would change that. I agree.
Right.
So I'm comfortable with that and can make that amendment or change.
When you,
Next version.
When you do your hearings, do you have the ability to be punitive under administrative law? In other words, if somebody doesn't pay their taxes, is there a penalty that goes with that in the hearing?
I believe that the penalties or whatever interest or other penalties are defined
talking about interest.
by
I'm
ordinance.
not- Okay, so that's by ordinance?
Yes.
Well, if you've got administrative powers and you're making decisions, I think it should be in the charter. I mean, that he has administrative powers.
Yeah.
Regardless of what they are.
Would you add an item here or
I would add an
edit
item,
F?
Right above F, it would say something along the lines that the conducts administrative hearings with regard to city revenues. And you say there's already I'll just say a penalty schedule in place?
I believe by ordinance, but I'll double check that.
Okay. So you don't need to go any further with that then?
The problem is, I think the city attorney is the one who's the enforcement mechanism.
No, not according to what he just said.
No, but he's the hearing officer. He makes the finding of fact.
Decision, right.
But the actual enforcement is going to be done through the city attorney's office, whether it's the city prosecutor, whatever.
Okay.
Because he makes his action, the appeal usually ends up going to the council, if I understand that correctly. And then it has to go to the court system as a
Right.
final.
After that, right.
Right.
Uh,
In the current hearing, it has,
He still has administrative law power.
in the current hearing, it has currently being conducted with myself as the tax collector, as the hearing officer. Should one of the parties be unhappy with the ruling that comes from me as the hearing officer, it can be appealed to the city manager. And then should that anybody be unhappy with the ruling of the city manager, I believe then the next step is to go to the city council.
And that's by ordinance?
That's by
Who set up that
ordinance.
ladder?
That's by ordinance.
I'm sorry, by ordinance.
Is that definition of the tax collector is the hearing officer? Is that in the ordinance as well? Is that where that comes from, or is that somewhere else?
I don't want to speak out of turn, so I believe so, but I can't say with certainty.
Somewhere it would say that the tax collector is the hearing officer.
Yes,
Where's Mr.
it is in municipal code.
The other thing, let's go back to the requirements to hold this office. Now, I don't want to exclude anybody, but I certainly don't want to give, what's our total investment portfolio right now?
Approximately, right now, as we sit here, about $90 million. Actually, no, I beg your pardon, 109.
Yeah, I was going to say, you guys it's 30 years ago, it was, anyway, make a long story short, I'm not really sure I want to turn anybody loose on the books who doesn't have some modicum of understanding of investments. Just me, but, I think we should at least give some passing thoughts to qualifications to hold, and I have no idea what they would be, in other words, I don't think you can require people to have, investment experience. But at the same time, I don't think you can give people access to, I'll just say, insider information. How's that? Congress already does that.
Could be one of those things rather
Working for
than,
years, sorry.
rather
Well,
than
actually, it
specifying.
didn't work for years, and I'm here to say it didn't.
So would the consideration be of equivalent work experience?
I'm the only person up here that's been sued by the treasurer because of the treasurer's abilities and lack of abilities. So
And
I
rightfully
have
so.
some experience, all right?
Are you saying you should not have been?
I'm going to say I prevailed in court, how's that?
That's what counts.
Is that a moral
That is.
turpitude issue?
I'm sorry?
A moral turpitude issue?
No, it wasn't a moral turpitude issue.
All right.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, Mr. Duiziak
Artified, actually, just-
conducts administrative hearings on collection and tax issues. Is that what you're, am I misstating that? Or not including something?
Well, I go with the chair and say as the duties of the tax collector is also the hearing officer for failure to pay or delinquent taxes.
I'll
Don't
consult.
make it too long. Don't make it, more than one sentence.
Or could the Muni code just simply be adjusted to pick up the definition we're looking for?
Well, I'll consult with the city attorney's office and review the municipal code myself and try and determine whether or not that is addressed in that way.
If it's a duty, I think it needs to be in the charter. Okay.
Yeah, that's a point, yeah, I think well taken that if that's the case, ordinances are more easily changed
Right.
than charter language. So that would be the consideration as to whether or not we want to beef up, for lack of a better way of putting it, the charter language to memorialize that in a stronger or stricter way.
Well, I'm trying to prevent, as my colleague who's just left the room would say, the future, not you, but the guy next person who holds that chair said, well, no, I don't really want to be a hearing officer. I don't think that's what I'm elected. I don't have to do that.
There are other people in the city that act
When
as
I
hearing
go to
officers.
the podium, I want to be the guy that can hold up the charter and it says right here, you're supposed to do that.
There are other people, department heads that act as hearing officers.
I know they do.
Can your deputy take that role?
I don't believe so, because the deputy is not the chief tax officer for the city. The city treasurer
Doesn't say anything about chief tax officer either.
is the
It's
tax officer
collector.
for the tax collector.
It says tax collector. That's right.
So you would, let's say, perhaps use the term officer, or tax collector.
King Poobah of tax and all other,
Actually, I think
No Fred Flintstone.
the only other administrative hearing officer in this city is the police chief, right?
Community development director could be a hearing
Development
officer.
Could be, yes, right.
but there's an appeal process too, that you said.
Even for that, yes.
For
So
yours, yeah. I
in
know-
the
I know
event
there's-
that
For
the
them too.
community development director had a hearing and one of the parties was upset, I believe that goes to the
Planning.
city council.
It goes to planning first,
Right.
and then it goes to city
Try to
council.
see if I can get it.
We've been through that.
Any other suggestions with language? I would ask other members of the group is the word, then supervise something that seems right for item F.
Supervised collection of city taxes and license fees.
You don't like monitor, huh?
I don't mind monitor. I think that supervised connotes a greater strength.
It's
of-
greater responsibility. I think.
It does. It connotates a responsibility.
Yes,
Just wanted to get
Rather
away
than-
from your collecting of it.
yes.
And then that's the only reason for,
And more accurate to what the current role is.
I've asked for that, try to find that document that we receive and file on treasurer. That was a review of the charters, but I can't find it in my files here.
To make a note about your qualifications discussion, if you look to do that, you could perhaps, rather than say that person have been a licensed securities representative, a licensed financial advisor through FINRA. These are things that I had done, but not everybody would need necessarily to do. Might be equivalent business experience in investments, a person who's worked in that field. There's a chartered municipal investment advisory that designation you can achieve. So I think certainly there have been enough studies and analyses that say that a person who has a financial background, who's worked as a pension fund manager, like Mr. Woodham has, a person who has demonstrated proficiency or has licensing or education there's a number of reports, papers that have been written that the performance of the investment portfolio with a person like that in the role is superior to that of a person who does not have that experience.
Well, we live in a world of studies and
But we eliminate a lot of people in the city.
opinions. I don't want to narrow the field so narrow that only, 2% of the population can qualify. But at the same time, I want some.
Considering when it was a fuller department, you could be an administrator and not necessarily have that experience. Now with just one person, it probably is better to have some kind of specialization.
And the deputy can have that background, but there would be instances where there may be a vacancy in the deputy's position.
Regardless, we should have something in the chart.
Something should be there.
That,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Morocco.
Well, one of the things that you may want to do is to have the Budget and Finance Commission vet the candidates and give their saying that they're qualified. Well, with the people running for judges, they say qualified, well qualified, and not qualified. And the Budget and Finance Committee would be able to interview the people and give their ranking. And so the voters at least have more information about
I
it.
think that adds a political process.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you're back to the politics of life. And, I'm not sure I could go for that.
Because the committee members are appointed by the mayor and not,
Yeah, I got that.
yeah.
My
But
point
that way you don't have to put it in the
my
chart.
point is, as you would say, we're looking at the future here and not,
So are you asking for me to come back with recommendation as to
I'm asking,
qualification?
well, I would make the motion that we put this over, so I have a little more time to personally mull this over, come up with,
We would like your input, though.
I definitely would like your input. Yeah, that's,
And your company will only go late in the evening.
well,
9:45.
As a first pass, I think this is exactly what we were looking for. I appreciate the effort you put into it.
Oh, yeah.
We're looking to complete it this evening, but we need a little time now we've had some good discussion. We can digest it a little bit, think about it.
One comment.
Yes.
It strikes me that we're creating a situation. I mean, this is an important position, and I don't know whether it's considered quarter time, third time, half time. Knowing what I know about the salary for this versus the salary when it was full time, this is envisioned to be a 20% or so time. I don't see how, and that's 1 day per week. You can't do this in 1 day per week. Or I couldn't do it in 1 day per week. Maybe you can do it in a half day, but I
I'm here
couldn't.
more than 1 day a week.
And I don't know what that means as far as what we do for the charter, but long-term, if we find someone other than Mr. Solomon to do this, who is donating a lot of his time to the city, we to the point of qualifications, we do need someone with investment background for this job, absolutely, without question. And I don't know, there's a limited number of folks out there with the kind of background we need who would be willing to do this job for what it pays. I guarantee you that.
But the pay is not set by charter.
It's set by ordinance.
All right, it's set by ordinance.
We change it, the only other option would be change it back to full-time, but that then precludes anyone that is working outside of the office.
Yeah, I don't know what this means, except it strikes me, knowing this profession and what's required, there's going to come a point in time, I mean, it may be when Eugene decides to move to Florida and sit on the beach, that we're going to have one heck of a time filling this position with its responsibilities with
It's moving
the
to
part-time
Montana.
salary that we're
He's going to
saving.
Montana, he's not going to Florida. He's going to the cold.
There are beaches in Montana.
How many hours per week do you spend on this job? How many hours per week?
It varies based on what we have. If we have contracts coming before the council, there have been times where I've set up protocols. For example, when I first got elected, to go through all of our banking and credit card contracts. So at that time was devoting a lot of time, taking a lot of meetings, have our monthly investment calls. I'm here for all the city council meetings. I'm here for the department head meetings on Wednesdays. Have answering emails and writing and responding to emails that come in from various vendors or from staff members during the week. So it's not like it's a full-time job. I'm not suggesting that, but it's asymmetrical. Some weeks it might be. This week I had a very heavy schedule with city work. I had a meeting with the city manager Monday, 2 meetings on Monday in the city. Had the city council meeting on Tuesday, department head meeting on Wednesday, a meeting with you all tonight. So there are some weeks like that and some weeks where I'll be at the city council meeting, department meeting, and that'll be it. So it's a little asymmetrical that way.
We could hold another job with this job?
I do, yeah. I have a separate business that I run.
It's easy to maintain both?
I have staffing at my business and I'm self-employed. It is my company. So that does make it easier when it comes to time constraints. If a person was working as a W-2 employee at an investment firm during the day when trading's going on, I don't know that person, if he or she's working for somebody else, would have the kind of latitude that I do.
City council members get pennies per hour as well, so.
And we're not going to find another Eugene. I mean, that's.
It's up to the person. You know, I'm sure that Mr. Deal's work was different than mine. I'm sure the next person's work will be different than mine. Every person's going to have their own in this role of seeing as how it doesn't require full-time, their own interpretation of those duties. I've chosen to be, I think, more proactive than not. There are certain policy things that I would like to hopefully see implemented, changes and what I consider to be improvements into efficiencies. So I've dedicated a lot more time, certainly in the last year, to it than perhaps a person who would not have those priorities.
And you have the fortune or misfortune of being in the transition time,
The transition job?
the transition of this job, of this office.
With regard to the changes that are being proposed, yes.
The person that comes after will have a structure to understand.
To align with our current, procedures.
A better structure.
Would you say that the changes as proposed here, with respect to just the charter changes themselves, irrespective of how things are happening in the actual practice, are these altering the rights of the city treasurer? Or any right of the city treasurer?
I don't think so. What the language read was that the person shall perform all these duties. We're not saying that person is now precluded from performing those duties. So if it came to pass where there was a decision for best practices that those responsibilities were then migrated back to the city treasurer's office, I don't think the language that we're using would preclude that from happening.
Okay. Any further discussion?
No? Okay.
Is there a motion and second to continue this item to the next regular meeting and have the time that'll give us the time to look into it and digest the words a little bit and work towards finalizing some language? So motion and second to continue?
Second? We already have a second.
Did you make the motion or
I'll make the motion, it's fine with me. Yeah.
motion and
I'll
second?
second, yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
For the record, we have no
Thank you. No
public
public comment.
and comments.
Gotten into that bad habit. I'm so used to it not happening.
Okay,
We don't do that.
thank you, committee members.
Thank you.
This goes to show you,
Thanks,
miss a
Gene.
meeting and see what happens.
Moving on to I3, discussion and possible action per city council's direction regarding a charter amendment on Article 11, Section 11.2, city attorney.
Uh-oh.
No, I wrote what I
did.
think is, at the last meeting, I promised to write a review of what we have gone through.
I think I can bring it up.
That's okay. I mean,
I have it.
the issue of this was there seemed to be a disconnect with the city council as to what we have not only discussed, but agreed to, or at least voted on. The first thing we did was, should it go on the ballot? And there was an approval to put on the ballot. That didn't state that anybody specifically was for or against, but it was the concept, as I wrote in the discussion. I do believe that went to the city council and the city council passed on it. So the other issue that came back to us was this issue of the dual roles. The city prosecutor being elected and it's a separate office from the city attorney. And I think the last time, or a couple of times ago, we did indicate that that was not something that we were to move forward with. And whether that was presented to the city council as but there seemed to be a disagreement as to what it was that we were saying. And I laid it out in the document I wrote, in the memo that I wrote. If we want to change that and communicate back to the city council that we in fact did a study on it and decided that it was not a way we wanted to go. And the reason primarily, I think, if I remember correctly, was the financial issue associated with it. And if they wanted to move forward with it, they can move forward with it. But our opinion was that they should not.
The dual,
The dual elected.
right, dual elected, right.
Because right now we do have a dual, but it's one's elected, one's appointed. There is one thing that has been discussed, but not spoken more deeply about, which is the issue of whether the city council should be able to get advice on its own, rather than required to go through the city attorney to get outside advice. And I know that there are cities that are discussing that. Huntington Beach is one of those. And there was a situation in San Diego where they don't have a city prosecutor, but they have a city auditor who was required to get legal advice from the city attorney, and they wanted to go and get their own legal advice, and they weren't allowed by the charter. So that was the one question I think that was left undiscussed by this body, was whether the city council should have an option of going for its own legal advice when, for whatever reason, it doesn't, lack of a better term, trust the report that comes from the city attorney.
I believe we did do that in the way that we struck the language at the recommendation of the city attorney, which then removed that constraint and it.
But we've never presented that to the council.
We did.
Did you?
Yes, that was in that language, and I made a specific point of that.
Okay, then I missed that.
Yeah, we took the Colantuna language and specifically made that change to strike that language, because that was his recommendation. when
Was
we
that
discussed
discussed
it.
by the council?
It was discussed by me and presented specifically because I knew they wouldn't see it.
But was any decision made about it?
Any decision as to, no, that the only decision by the council was to send it back to us for consideration.
But it wasn't about that, it was about the city prosecutor that was coming back to us.
If I may, so I think the first part is correct. I think what they're looking for is, in greater detail, because you did discuss it, why you don't recommend it. And I think this does that. I do have some edits. It was city prosecutor, not city attorney from Long Beach that you heard from.
No, I understand that.
I know, but it mentions Long Beach city attorney throughout the statement. So I'm just saying, just in terms of the statement that,
We heard from the city attorney.
no, you heard
He's
from the
referring
city
to what you wrote.
prosecutor.
Oh, the city prosecutor.
You wrote city attorney
Oh, okay.
in the
And
document.
we don't have two separate positions. We don't have the city attorney is in charge of dual functions. We title one, the city prosecutor, but she's an assistant city attorney. San Diego similarly has prosecution. But just in terms of this, I think other than the substantive change of Long Beach, you heard from Long Beach city prosecutor, not Long Beach city attorney.
You're right about that, yeah.
And I was going to point out what the chair did, which is that was presented to them. And I do think there's a mission that you had voted 4-3 to submit that last document to the city council. But if you review this and see, does it reflect this committee's opinion of splitting the functions, the dual functions, I think that's what they're looking for. If you've already decided and there's no need for further investigation, just those changes, and it was 4-3, and because I had the same thought that the chair did, that was already presented to them because.
Use first name, it's okay.
Thank you. I think we're at our end unless there's a desire to reconsider the dual function, because the council seems to indicate they want to consider it, but this committee did consider it. And I don't know if all the grounds, what I heard most individually was concerns about the additional costs. So it may be the financial cost. And Chair Wall, you may have heard this, but while I was at the last meeting, I specifically indicated, does the committee have any desire for me to present more in-depth information on the cost, stuff like that? And no one said to do that. You were going to prepare this report. And I think that may finally end this portion of the
Only in your mind.
Well, pursuant to what the direction the council gave, it may.
Council may have a different opinion, but
Yeah, no, I just in terms of this body,
What is-
but I
what
do
this body?
think if some of you haven't had a chance to read because it was blue folder, you may want to continue it one more time to make certain this.
About Bob's?
Bob's saying, yeah. because
and I will revise it. I had a
I thought it was
brain mess
right,
about the.
but it was just a couple of
Yes.
things and the city prosecutor. But
Ms. Morocco.
I actually do like what Bob put together. I think even though I'm the no vote on it, I will try to get the wording phrase that I recommend to go forward. I would like we did a full report previously on the city attorney when we had the 6-1 vote. And we should probably make a reference to wherever it was introduced to the council so that we did a complete discussion.
did.
So
And
just.
they ignored it, basically.
Since you're going to be changing it, just
Yeah.
make a reference at the end of that paragraph that said, if you want more information on that. Looking over again what Council Obaji had in the minutes that we got today, I would think that we would want basically to say that we revisited the issue and this is still our position on it. And so that way we at least are saying, yeah, we acknowledge it, we reconsidered it, and we're still of the belief that it should be whatever we ended up agreeing on the last time.
That's what I was indicating. If you revisited it, if you want any additional information from me, then it is only in my mind that we're done, and I would provide it, but there was no indication that this committee wanted it.
Yeah, I think if I could just say, one of the issues when I was listening to the presentation about the school board, when we heard from the school board that they didn't want to do anything, what we basically said was they don't want to do it. Tell the council they didn't want to do it. And it was presented as though we're just passing. And I don't think that was actually the case, that we were just passing. We spent some time dealing with it. They didn't want it. We weren't going to fight them. We said, if you want to do something about it, go do it. That's different than we're passing. I think it's the same thing with this item about the split. This is a specific request from them. We need to communicate with them. We spent time thinking about this, and we came to a conclusion we didn't want to do it.
And I think we need to communicate that we respectfully heard the council on it, and we again decided that no, there's nothing that really changed on our position. I think that would be at least respectful for the council.
This is not passive. We spent a lot of time on this.
I know, but that's something that, was presented as an existing fact. We should just say that we looked at it again and we're done with it.
I will revisit. I will do the edits and bring it back the next time.
And I think it's a good start and probably close to probably the quickest thing that we can get done on the next meeting.
The difference that came about at the council meeting so what we explored was the splitting of the role to 2 elected as the Long Beach model. The core of what was requested for us to look at when it was sent back only came from Mr. Obagi, really, was to look at a split role, but with an appointed city attorney and a elected prosecutor, which we have not done. My answer to that was that had come up in discussions. However, because no other city has that at present, we didn't pursue it. San Diego now is in a process of potentially doing it. So it has kind of come onto the scene, but we found no example of a city that has a elected prosecutor and an appointed city attorney. So the way the final motion, and I've got all the language that Obagi said about it, but in the final motion, how it came back was separate, including whether to split the duties of the city attorney for civil prosecutor, is how he coined that as the appointed one. Later clarified as a criminal prosecutor, and I've got that in parentheses here that Mr. Webb did correct that. So whether to split the duties of the city attorney for criminal prosecutor and civil counsel, in that the prosecutor would be elected and the civil counsel or the city attorney arm would be appointed. And I can go into some of the language. He was the only one that actually spoke to that. Mr. Barrett made a couple of references to a report done by the League of California Cities, but did not speak directly to that item. The other council members were silent on it essentially, but that's what was discussed mainly by Mr. Obagi. And in the end, that's how it made it into the motion, was whether to split the duties of the city attorney for criminal prosecutor and civil counsel. And the nuance of that was elected prosecutor, appointed civil counsel, or essentially the city attorney role to be appointed.
So I would disagree in terms of that was the nuance of that. I think he may well be in favor of an appointed city attorney. You'd have to ask him. But it was for the March election. And there you could only split the duties. You couldn't make the city attorney an appointed because, as we indicated here in Redondo, for many years, all of the council, the mayor, the three separate electeds have been designated as executive level employees, and they get benefits because they're deemed executive level employees. So you can't, on a March 25th ballot, change that. They could be a two-step process. You could, on the March 25th ballot, the 2025 ballot, separate them, and then in November of 2026, they could put that on, making the city attorney only the civil counsel at that point.
I'll read Mr. Obaji's language. Obaji, I do favor the split model for reasons I'm not going to get into right now because I don't think we're going to take final action here right now. But, and I don't really care, I don't see a benefit of having a civil attorney be elected. The public is not seeing the advice that the civil attorney is giving in closed session. I would like what Jim Light said. I was already thinking on those lines to have the civil attorney appointed by the city manager, confirmed by the city council. I do favor splitting that. I do favor having that one on the ballot in November 2024. And he went on to opine more about the workload and supporting the splitting. I do agree, city prosecutor, absolutely elected. We want the biggest gangbuster out there, toughest guy or gal on crime, absolutely. So Obaji's earlier language was very clear.
I agree with that, but.
Didn't go into the final resolution.
Yeah, it wasn't the final motion, because Councilmember Barrett had asked, I'm uncertain, you all know the type of motions, and they restated it, and it was just splitting it. Wanted the committee to consider splitting it for the March 2025 election. So you could decide to revisit it, because the first step would be splitting it into two functions, prosecution and city attorney, and they both be elected. And then in November 2026, they could take up the issue of whether the city attorney at that point should be made appointed. But the actual motion was all very clear, March 2025. And the only thing you could do is split, because the charter language now says the one thing that the council can do is remove the prosecution function away from the city attorney. And therefore it would be turned it over to the DA's office.
And I think that's what you need to put in there, because they're looking for the March 2025 election. You should have a section that says regarding the what can be on the ballot in the March 2025 election. This is what we believe is only allowed to be there. And you got some language now, but I think that's the resolution that they're looking for, or language that says this is what we can do on March 2025 election.
Just to make clear, November 2024 is not available because of the filing.
Yeah, the whole issue of we may not have a resolution, that Mayor Brand spoke at length and the council was clear they didn't want someone running, but if in 2026, in 2025, you ideally separate, or you theoretically separated them, or whether you do or not, in 2026, the vote would be on whether to make the city attorney, whether dual function or not, appointed, then that's going to be decided by the voters and enrolled by the Secretary of State before the nomination period ends or even closes in a worst case scenario. And so that's why, so the only thing before you is what do you want to separate them for the March 2025 election? If you still don't want to, then you just need to say, we'd consider it, and here's why we don't want to. As you pointed out, they could decide to do that if given the reasoning before, if Councilman Obaji wants to separate them as a precursor to trying to make the city side, the civil side elected in 2026, that could certainly happen. But
Under the charter, can the city council right now create that as an appointed department?
they can give the DA, give it to the DA.
Give what to
So
the
the
DA?
prosecution to the DA,
All prosecution?
all state prosecution, because
The prosecution on behalf of the people, any and all criminal cases arising from violations of this charter or city ordinances, can that be given to the DA?
well, city ordinances can't. Because they can't, because the DA won't take up city ordinances.
So-
Matter of jurisdiction. And,
Never did.
well, and we had the conversation in Torrance where they had a violation of their, of their campaign finance ordinances. And they sent it, the appointed city attorney said he had a conflict, couldn't prosecute those. And they sent it to the DA, and the DA said, correctly, we don't have jurisdiction over municipal ordinances, and so it went unprosecuted. But when you've got the prosecute on behalf any and all criminal cases from violations shall prosecute, the city attorney shall prosecute violations of state misdemeanors unless otherwise directed by city council.
So,
Now, the problem is there's state law, if I can finish, there are two different state laws that govern who does prosecution, and the default is the DA does prosecution, unless it's set forth in your ordinance. So they could clearly give it to the DA. They're on shakier ground trying to give it to another appointed prosecutor. And it's kind of a moot point because the council, if they want to remove anything to appointed, it's more the civil one, not the criminal one. So it's similar to the Manhattan Beach in other cities because of the current DA. There's motions to try and become a prosecutor, handle their own state misdemeanors. They tried to hire.
That's my question.
They tried to hire our office.
I know.
Because they're a general law city without previous approval from the DA, they couldn't do it. And when they asked for approval from the DA, they were told no.
And I know it's a political issue, but there are 10 people running for this office this time around. For what? 11.
You don't count as a Democrat.
And so this may change. The dynamic may change.
Oh, yeah, it may, but as we talked about in the context of splitting it, I mean, this predates the current DA. Why you have 10 cities that wanted local control, because in a county of 10 million people, there were not enough county DAs to focus on quality of life crimes. And when you're a DA, it's the baby DAs who do misdemeanors. You want to work your way up to doing felonies and promote upwards. So if you're doing misdemeanors, state misdemeanors in the DA's office, you're either making your mistakes as a baby DA, or there's something has really gone wrong that you're a senior person in a misdemeanor role. So even though that may change, this topic won't. But
Well, I know the topic won't, excuse me, but the volume has been affected by the policies of the present DA
no.
to some extent. There are things they are
Okay,
not doing
yes,
that the public is responding to, which is putting pressure on this position.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But in terms of here, there was always.
But it's the perception, and that's part of the perception about this whole discussion by the council, is that.
That's the one thing that's a bridge too far for me to take. So even when Steve Cooley was the DA, Manhattan Beach tried to hire my office, and Steve Kay, who was then the head deputy of Torrance, said no. So they've had this issue before, even before George Gascon was the DA. They wanted to have local control of quality of life crimes, that they didn't want to be the lowest common denominator throughout the county, be what the prosecutors were handling or how they were handling state misdemeanors. So when I was the DA, when I was the city prosecutor, we would do jail time if someone was convicted of stealing a car or charged with stealing a car. And two of our neighboring cities, one had the DA, one had their own prosecutor, would offer $300 fine. Now, when you look at what the cars cost, what they can profit, the expense to the victim, it doesn't seem reasonable to me. But you have to have a city that's willing to commit to the resources to be able to try a lot of auto theft cases. We didn't try many more than our neighboring cities were, but that was what I thought was in the best interest of justice. So it really isn't the George Gascon issue. And so they could do a March 2025 ballot, remove the two, whether to make it, whether for a permanent split or as a precursor to making the civil side appointed. It depends on their point of view of how that's going to happen. As a member of the public, I'll certainly oppose the November 2026, but I won't be city attorney. And and I was asked by, I think it was Councilmember Obaji, you've watched about whether I would have a conflict with the split, and I said no, because I'm not, I'm not in favor, I'm not opposed, and it wouldn't be.
My question was, could it be done by ordinance right now? Split the office?
No, I don't think so.
But to clarify, your response as far as would you have a conflict was only if both were elected.
Correct, because only both that's the only one that could be on the March 2025 ballot.
If both are elected, does the prosecution of violations of the charter and city ordinances stay with the city attorney?
Depends on how you write it.
So it could, and it wouldn't be with the prosecutor then.
So it depends on how you write it. I would assume, okay, if I can finish, I would assume that the more reasonable thing to do would be to make all criminal prosecutions, whether the charter or the Muni Code, go with the city prosecutor. There's one caveat that, okay, so the one caveat, and I've mentioned to you several times, is that the Fair Political Practice Act specifies that violations can only be prosecuted by either the DA or an elected city attorney. They don't mention city prosecutor.
Violations of FPPC?
Yeah. And so that's the weird sort of thing, in that you could have the city prosecutor handle all prosecutions, except if they violate the Fair Political Practices
But we
Act.
couldn't put the prosecution of cases involving the charter and the ordinance to the city prosecutor.
Why not?
Criminal
ones.
Well, and a
Because
violation.
those are only, those are the purview of the city attorney currently, and they are not subject to the city council.
I would agree with that, but I'm saying you would change it as part of if you're going to do this by a charter amendment, you would rewrite that. The one thing that I'm perplexed by that you can't rewrite is the Fair Political Practices Act. Right now, the only one who can do it is an elected city attorney. And
Or the DA.
Or the DA. And if you had a city prosecutor, it'd probably have to stay with the city attorney. And then if you made them appointed instead of elected in November 2026,
Or the DA.
then it goes to the DA and you lose all local control over that. But that's the one area. So I was just assuming that if you're going to make a charter amendment, you may want to make it so it's clear anything prosecution other than the FPPC is city prosecutor. You're shaking your head.
I'm saying it's the way it's written in the charter is that the prosecutor on behalf of the people and all, any and all criminal cases arising from violations of this charter or city ordinances is not subject to direction by the city council. Because there's a semicolon there, so it's an independent phrase. The unless otherwise directed by the city council only applies to prosecution of violations of state misdemeanors. That's the canons of construct.
I agree with that. So I think we're talking past each other once again. So let me,
What I'm saying is, the key point is that the prosecute on behalf of the people any and all criminal cases arising from violation of this charter or city ordinances is city attorney now. It must remain city attorney or it's a change to the city attorney.
I'm assuming,
Okay.
and I thought I communicated this,
All right.
that you would
Rewrite.
change that. So like if you were
But then it's a
changing.
change,
What,
Yeah, there's a change.
as a change.
not the first time.
Excuse me just a second, just like we talked about with the city treasurer, this is a re-envisioning
Right.
of these two offices. So you go back to the beginning and deconstruct and reconstruct. What
And
people
it's
do.
not a change in status. So you could do that. And then if people wanted to, in November 2026, you could say, okay, the city attorney is going to be appointed. And you're leaving the city prosecutor, who right now is the city attorney who's responsible.
And that is part of the status of the city attorney, is he is the prosecutor, they are the prosecutor for violations
Oh,
of the
okay,
charter.
I see what you're saying. So,
It's a November issue.
right, so if you're, Noel, it's not a November issue if you want to get rid of the state misdemeanor to a city prosecutor. And then in November 2026, if you wanted to add the other things, you can add those.
But we can't just delete it, because that's a change. I'm focused on that first part.
Okay,
Right now,
you would change it in November 2026. So if in March of, and I don't know why we're having this discussion when you have no interest in doing this, but if in March of 2025, you indicated that you would have a city prosecutor, put it to a vote, whether a city prosecutor would handle state misdemeanor, it's a separate office who's elected, you could do that. And then whenever you wanted to have a status change of the appointed city attorney, you could remove it as part of that election, all the other prosecution.
but it can't be in that first round.
I'd have to look because it's, in terms of status, maybe not, but.
I think we need to go beyond the word status. I didn't mean to interrupt, but it's right, benefit, there's several other things.
Right.
Status is a generalization.
It's one of the things that fits within that of an employee, but if you want me to look at, I can. I'm not, I feel like we're,
Even though, Mike, even though it's not what we would want to do, we're going to do a report to the council. And we discuss this, and should be presented to them. If you want to do it, you go do it. But these are the issues we dealt with. And if you want to go ahead and do it, this is what you have to do. I think rather than leaving it and saying, hey, if you want to go, go ahead. As the feedback we got from the school board issue, we need to be more fulsome in our response and say, here are your options, vaya con Dios.
so in that regard, and that's why I offered, if you wanted me to dive in more onto the financial issue, that was the primary issue, why this committee voted it down, I can do so. Because as I said, I'm unsure what the expense would be, and it's unknowable to a certain extent, but the cost to do stuff in-house is so much less than the cost of going outside.
On an hourly basis is what you've quoted.
Yeah.
But hourly isn't the whole story. It's like I can hire a $10 an hour or a $15 an hour carpenter. I can hire a $60 an hour carpenter. The 60 is probably going to get the job done in a quarter of the time and know what he's doing.
Oh, absolutely. I disagree
Okay,
because it's salary, assuming that the attorneys only work 40 hours a week and they work far more. And you get billed in a tenth of an hour increments from city
but
council,
looking at
from
rate
outside
only-
council.
That's
So,
in law school 101.
yeah, it's like, it is, the
But it's an
savings
apples to oranges comparison.
the savings would, and that's why I say, I'm not sure. But if you could do more we used to have, and I mentioned it, we used to have a litigation paralegal. That was cut in one of the budget crises 15 years ago. And that effectively eliminated our ability to do litigation solely by ourselves. We still handle a lot of it in conjunction with other firms, but we could handle things like slip and fall, which we get a lot of. They trip on a
Tree root.
yeah, and you could do that in-house. On the other hand, it would, I think you'd want to make the salaries, you don't control that, but if they were even so that there's not the conflict, that is an expense. So I honestly don't know, and that's why I tried to present, what the cost would be, because I don't know if you do the one, does it come with a litigation paralegal? Are they going to not be divided by their job, their task to be able to focus only on, only on the civil issues? So
I will take it upon myself to revise what I wrote, work with Mike to have a presentation to be able to go back to the city council for next meeting.
Can something go on the march and be effective? Something that normally couldn't go on the march because it was precluded. Any March. Well,
25, March 25.
Any March, it doesn't matter. The November is the only one that is immune to anything. You can do anything you want in November.
Well, see, I hate generalizations, but you can put on charter reviews on November. That is
You
correct.
can make changes to status
That is
and
absolutely,
yes.
absolutely. That is the time to do
So,
it. Okay.
So if the preclusion is a general, reason that general word, there's more to it, but change of status is the reason it couldn't go on the march. Could it go on the march and be on the march as effective April 1st, 2027? Which is a change.
I think what you're saying is that there is a two-step process that unless both happen, then what happens in April? I think you're creating a potential for there being one says yes, one says no. What happens then? Right?
You're going to have to decide, does this stand on its own? Now, given the quoted statement from Obagi, and it may be easier to get the voters to support, I'll still argue against the private citizen, but it may be easier to get them to support
Elected prosecutor.
an elected prosecutor, appointed city attorney when you have a separately elected prosecutor. You're not putting the council in charge of both passing the laws and deciding, oh, we want this person prosecuted. And so you'd have the, okay, for some people, this may set this up well, but you have to live with, even if voters may not give up control, and there are lots of reasons not to give up control, you'd have to live with, okay, we're going to separate the two. On the effective date, you can make it whenever, but what you may want to think about if you're going there is, do you want the elected city prosecutor, elected at the same time as the city attorney? Because they can take away state misdemeanors. If you didn't touch the first part of that sentence, you could have the elected city prosecutor get elected in March of 2027, regardless of whether the city attorney is appointed or not. So I'm trying to answer what I think you're getting to, but you could have the effective date take whatever, but you can't have it dependent on that subsequent action taking place.
No, the basic question is let's say there was a change in status that precluded something from going on a March 2025 election.
Okay.
Could it still go, and that's because we would be considering it would take effective immediately during a midterm.
You couldn't, by deferring it, you couldn't still put it on March. The idea is they wanted to have more people vote, and more people, without question, vote in the November general election than vote in our regular municipal election or the primary election. So you can't change status other than in November. You can change when the effective date is, and I was, but you can't, you couldn't change status on the March election.
Okay, because councils,
When you say that, you're talking about the Redondo electorate, not the whole electorate.
Yeah.
Because obviously more people vote in November.
You can
Yeah, I was
put
only
on the
talking about-
ballot in March, an advisory vote that basically says you want the appointed position, which gets back to the point. So you'll at least, going into it, you'll be able to
You
know
could,
that.
you could, and you
Put
could.
both on the
We've had
ballot.
that discussion.
We had it as a general overall discussion, but
We
if
had
you
it
can,
as a specific one, and we decided, no, there was no point to an advisory vote.
well, if you want to split it, it seems that you want to get the sense what's going to happen in November, so
Well,
it's a completely different
And
discussion.
if you don't want to split it, then you should just say so, say the reasons, and then, in November 2026, assuming the council is of the same mind that they stated to you, then they'll put it on November 26, and we'll all get to vote on whether the city council gets to appoint the city attorney or the voters retain control.
They have to be two separate items on the ballot, correct? They can't be a package deal.
No, it could be in November. In November of 2026, you could have one thing, which was city attorney and separate city prosecutor, and you delete one language, and you could make the city attorney appointed and make the city prosecutor elected. You could do that in November of 2026, but you'd have to, in that case, you'd have to have them elected at the same time. You'd be voting for a city attorney and city prosecutor in what we euphemistically call the main election, because you have the mayor, you have 3 council people, you have city attorney, you then add city prosecutor. You get a greater turnout than when you have 2 council members and city clerk and city treasurer. So I don't know that makes the most sense, but you could do it all at once if you were going to live with that.
I thought ballot measures had to be single item.
But this is, well, I'll double check it, but if you're talking about who gets to handle prosecution and you're removing it from the city attorney by separating the dual function.
Yeah, but
It won't be.
that's straightforward, but you're changing.
We have the
Okay, so
election officer right there.
I haven't researched it, and I won't research it only because I won't be the city attorney who will be advising when it goes on the November 2026 election.
But if it's going to be presented to the city council prior to the end of your,
Right, you could say what you want to do, but not what you recommend we do.
were I sitting on the city council and someone comes to present this, I would turn to you and say, can we do this?
Well, but
And I just want to ask of you if we can.
but does it matter whether you do 2 items or 1 item?
But it's real, you're changing more than just establishing
Okay, so-
a city
so you
prosecutor.
could put on-
You're changing the city attorney to being
Right, so you
appointed.
could put it on 2 items, knowing that you're going to get different results potentially. And so in that case,
That's my concern,
in that case, you may very well get both appointed.
or both elected.
I mean, both elected, I'm sorry, I just misspoke. You're both elected. If you don't want to do that, and that would potentially lead to, well, whatever you want to do. So,
I have a question that goes back, way back, about a half hour ago. And you brought it up, so I feel obligated to ask, when did the city council become executives for benefits and
long
status?
time.
Well, I meant, is it codified somewhere?
yeah, it's in the management, confidential and manageable benefit plan. That's the category of, and I've been in office 18 years. It predates my time in office.
Well, yeah, but when did that happen?
You voted it.
Before 18 years ago.
Oh,
That's, I don't have
I
access.
think it's before 30 years ago.
Yeah, I probably,
Yeah,
like,
but more-
it's,
yeah, it's more than 30 years.
yeah, and so it's pretty well established.
So we're custom and practice.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So, okay.
So anyways, in the March election, if you want to separate it, recommend it, great. If you don't want to, then just spell out all the reasons, and then
I will take that
go,
on.
and maybe we can end this topic on February, because you still, I think you're due in May, and you continued a couple of things tonight. I can't imagine you deciding on the next item. And then remember, you have other items that were pending that you separated to February. So you're going to have a loaded February, and you're going to potentially run into the same issue as last time. So
I will have this for February.
So my quick 2 cents, and believe me, I'll make it quick. I just don't understand why we're beating the dead horse over again. In fact, we buried this horse, now we dug it back up and we're beating it again.
We didn't,
No, I know.
Dig it back
I think
up.
Bob,
They-
I think Bob is suggesting that he'll
And-
be coming up with a shovel to bury it.
I was fully supportive of everything you had in your blue folder item with the minor corrections, but we discussed at length the two different positions, and as far as my recollection goes, we came to a pretty solid consensus that cost was a major issue, was not something we wanted to do. So
And I don't even remember if there was a motion or a
was.
motion without no second. You know,
The
but
4-3 motion.
no.
but it was
The
on-
motion for what you said, and that's the one thing that needs, one of the things that need to be in there. But I think you segregated, like, does anyone want to suggest going to a dual function model?
Well, that
And
was a 5-2 vote.
No, it wasn't. It was
it
a,
was a motion without a
5-2.
second,
I
I
didn't
think.
even make a motion. I just said, does anyone have any
Support for, yeah.
reason?
Like, I couldn't
Does
remember.
anyone want to move this forward?
Yeah, I couldn't
And there
remember
was-
if it died for lack of motion or died for lack of a second. So it was, to your point, it was pretty unanimous as opposed to what finally went to them on a 4-3
It
vote.
I am only
unanimously
responding to
died
the
for
city
lack-
council asking us again.
It unanimously died for lack of action.
Yeah,
There
that's
was
fair.
No one
Bang it
saw
over
any
the head
reason to move
and shoot
forward.
it.
let's keep it dead.
Yeah.
Okay. I will take on that responsibility for February.
And happy to review it if
Thank
it
you.
will help you.
I'll send you some input.
Okay, great. Anybody who wants
Being around for
input?
the next.
Well, you can't have a
market.
majority of the quorum, so.
As long as I report it.
No, you can't have it happen outside the.
Right. Brown.
But if he sends me a memo to everybody, is that okay?
No.
No, that's the worst.
No, you can't.
He can send it to you.
There's a court case that it's a while, like even reporting after the fact on the city website doesn't cure it. And it's even a problem if you get responses from 3 of your colleagues.
Okay.
So unless anyone else is going to send information, it would,
Okay,
We
all
can
right,
call a
fine.
special meeting that we set for a half an hour time where we can publicly discuss it, and that would work too?
yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll be right back.
Term limits.
Term limits.
Hang on, we gotta get a motion in a second.
Motion to continue.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. The school board doesn't do that, so I'm such in the habit that, no.
That's because nobody's there. And they're not online.
I've got to get a,
Where did the term limit thing come from? I didn't, it looks like it just popped up at the council meeting and.
it did, from Obaji.
It's in his motion to the.
Still pulling up the agenda, sorry.
There's no attachment. There's no attachment.
Oh, I had closed the agenda by mistake, I had to pull it up again.
Issue.
Okay, so moving on to discuss and
discussion and possible, I4, discussion and possible action per city council's direction regarding a charter amendment on city council term limits. The basis of it was to consider
Extending them.
a Manhattan, what was referred to as a Manhattan Beach style, where you could do 2 terms and take a term off and come back and run again, rather than an absolute 2-term limit. That's what I caught as the basis of what they wanted us to explore.
2 terms, 1 off, I think 2 terms, 1 off, it's kind of repetitive.
That's what Manhattan
Could be,
Beach does.
that would be part of the.
That's what happens in Manhattan Beach.
Okay.
It's recycling the same talent.
Yeah, if I could, the part of the problem with this is that as opposed to Manhattan Beach, which was elected at large and is elected as a group, this is an individual versus individual. So let's say person A runs for 2 terms, decides, okay, you take a year, I'll come back. And it becomes a cabal, potential cabal to be able to have someone warm the seat for 4 years and then be able to come back. It's different than if you're running as a 1 of 3, 1 of 2 situation. Now, if you wanted to extend term limits from 2 to 3 terms, that's a whole different story, which I think may be a worthwhile discussion. But the structure of sitting out in a districted structure like ours, I don't think works. Now, I'm not a fan of term limits personally, but be that as it may, I think that makes it a potential for abuse to do that.
I would agree, and I am a fan of term limits.
So I'm not a fan of term limits. I agree with what you said. And I'll remind everyone that I pushed to get this on the ballot. And of course, I'm sure I was painted as it being self-serving for me, and it got defeated by a 2-to-1 vote. I mean, it wasn't even close. So although I would be philosophically love the idea of extending it to 3 terms, I think realistically, I don't think people's views on it has changed dramatically in the last 10 years. And so I think it's kind of I want to say a waste of time, but yeah, it's a waste of time to pursue it, in my opinion.
So I had the pleasure of having a council person come to me afterwards, because last time we talked about it, I kind of said that we have a deep talent pool in our communities and we should take advantage of it. And it set me on a track, because the discussion point centered around slow walking things that the staff people don't like. So I started exploring all the different slow walks that go on in the city. And my slow walk is that it takes a while to get used to actually the culture of making sausages. And ultimately, your peak efficiencies are going to be between years 2 and 8. And you may have something in your second term that you're trying to get done. And then ultimately, it doesn't get done because somebody in the staff doesn't like it. And there's lots of examples that you see where things are, my commission, for example, the old commission I was on, where we voted on it to be sent to the council for consideration, and it never made it to the council at all. And it may not have even made it to the city manager to put on. So it's a balancing between the institution of the staff and the institution of the elected officers. My view is that we do have a deep pool, and if you can't make a contribution in 8 years, you really need to move on and do it as a citizen. I think it's great that I have 3 former council people on here, but I kind of look at the last several rounds where the council people, the former council people are not really involved anymore. So if they really had a personal project, it kind of goes by the wayside. But the prime example I think that we have in the city is Mayor Brand wanted this Salt Lake come back, and it took them a long period of time to do it. So that, there's counterexamples, but I think we do have a lot of people in this community that have some skills and talents and can bring it along and give them an opportunity rather than making it up.
Greg Hill and I call it the 7-year itch. You wait 7 years and the staff will bring back something that they tried 7 years before, hoping that the council has changed.
Madam
Do you
Clerk,
want to, one thing that passed at the state level, I don't know, I agree with Mr. Kilroy that the same model wouldn't work. And I point to, they were amending the term limits to 12 years, 3 terms, and it was defeated 2-1 with strong opposition. They also put the school board on. It had no opposition, no argument opposed. It still failed. So that tells you there's a deep ingrained. One thing you could do, the state, when there's opposition to extending term limits, they went from, I think, 3 2-year terms as an assemblyman, and also, I forget, 2 as a state senator, and they came up with, you could serve 12 years in any combination of assembly and state senate, because you'd see 6
The
years.
assembly's 10 and the state senate's 12.
And they were running for the state senate. You have 2-year terms as council, and then you typically have council members run for mayor, and they can serve 2 terms. You could consider doing the state model where, okay, you get 12 years, and it can be either as council or mayor. It would limit whoever won mayor to 12 years instead of 16, but it would extend the time of the council from 8 to 12 if they don't lose, and that could potentially defeat, I'm going to, in air quotes, so I don't tick anyone I work with off, the tyranny of the staff, as you phrased it. Anyways, I was thinking through other models that haven't been tried and wanted to submit that to you.
Well,
Madam Clerk, could you put together any past ballot measures on this and put those in for reference for us? So we at least have those to look at what was done, what was tried when, because that's been a real discussion factor on a lot of what we talked about. So I don't know how many times it's been tried.
Since
Or,
the original term limits, it's only been 1.
yeah, including the ballot measure that created the term limits.
They used to be 2-year terms until they did the 1949 charter, which changed it to 4.
I don't want to go back before
I know, I'm just saying,
1949.
It wasn't term limits then.
There were no term limits, but it was a 2-year term.
Your life was shorter.
anyway, I'm with the school that we have a talent pool, and politics is all about coalition building. So, if you've got a project and it's singular to you, and using Mayor Brand as the example, he's involved for 20 years, 16 as an elected, but who knows, it's got to be, yeah, and.
I think he was the last one in
That's
District
enough,
5 that had a competitive race. When you first got elected,
Yeah.
everyone after that, there's only one person shows up.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
that's not a deep pool.
That's not. And even the last election, District 5,
Yeah,
unopposed.
and before that was 2 years of one, two terms. of one.
I think you're kind of playing on the fact that he ran unopposed. That just shows me that people don't take their citizenship or their residency seriously.
And therefore, that
They-
pool
they-
is not that deep.
Well, actually, it's very deep. You just have to convince people that they need to be involved. And
Or
they
you have to
have
convince
a
them to
reason.
stay up past midnight.
Well, I mean,
You have to dig the pool deeper
That's
by
part of it.
force. Yeah,
Our meetings they're the talk of the League of Cities in terms of, we get a lot of empathy from elected officials around the state.
Go back in history. Don't talk to me
I'm
about
not-
time.
I'm not-
I used to watch the sun come up. So
Well,
our meeting.
we have too. So it's repeating itself.
Okay.
And the other is just the negativity of the campaigns have spread from Washington DC and Sacramento. So the original campaigns that I had are very different from the campaigns now.
And when you have an appointed city attorney and you want to get that change, it's going to take you 12 years to effectively do it, so.
Took him 30.
What?
30,
It's taken him 30.
30 years.
I want it to be longer than that, so
I don't give up.
neither do I.
I'd be a little interested in hearing more information from those of you who served on city council. It seems to me that, and your opinions on the pros and cons of this, I don't see anything magical about 2 4-year terms versus 3 4-year terms. And I can envision many cases where a qualified person coming to the end of his second term, his or her second term, can be very valuable serving a third term. So I don't see anything wrong with it, but that's just a standpoint of a newbie in the community. So let me know.
If I could speak, I've thought I would have run for one more term had I had the option to do it. And one of the reasons was, you talked about how long it takes to get stuff done. Getting back Artesia Boulevard from the state was a 7-year project. I started in year 1, I ended it just before the end of my term in year 8. I mean, some things just take time. And even though the 2 people who follow me live on my block, that person, when they got in there, wanted to do it by themselves. It wasn't like Kurt was trying to do he wanted to do it by himself. That's fine. But that's starting all over again. And to me, 12 years would have been enough. And that's what you were talking about with the legislature. There's a certain time beyond which it sort of becomes counterproductive. Although I did know council members, one was up in, I think it was Altadena, was there for 50 years. Or Monterey Park, or Alhambra, I think. And, why this person did it, I have no idea. But some people, and sometimes the knowledge that you have works. And it does affect the way you read what the staff is saying. You have more experience. You can see through some of the stuff, but you also have an opportunity to close some things that you're working on. And Artesia Boulevard is an example of that. It literally took 7 years.
But, not to interrupt you, you didn't end at 8, you ran for mayor.
I didn't run for mayor.
I saw signs.
I never ran for mayor. I never ran
There was a sign on my block.
No,
I never
was
ran
that
for mayor.
Assembly? You ran for assembly, right?
I ran for the state assembly.
Oh, okay, all right. I stand corrected.
I remember the signs. So.
Yeah, but
That's because you live around the
and
corner.
and one of the reasons I didn't run was I'm not a fan of the mayor's position anyway. That's a whole different story. But I wanted to be a voter as opposed to a vetoer. And so that to me was the reason. After 8 years, I was done. And there's a history behind why it's permanent term limits. If we go back in the history, there's a lot of stuff. As with everything, there's a story in every line of this charter. The limitation of 8 years, I think, was arbitrary, and they were attempting to change policy through term limits as opposed to turning over talent. There's a story behind why there's permanent term limits.
Well, the other thing is that I'm curious of whether the instant runoff will remove some of the advantage of running as an incumbent, which may make turnover easier to occur because they have to get 50% plus one out of everybody who's running. So there are multiple city council candidates. They don't have to just beat the one in the second race, and that could change. But listening to you, and I think it's true, council members, having done this for 19 years, they get more effective once there's a learning curve. But I almost had deja vu from listening to then council member Kilroy come out and say that. And when you see what the chair has requested from the clerk, you'll see that there was, it didn't come close. It was massive opposition. And like I said, even for the school board, without any stated opposition, there just was none. It still didn't pass. It was a closer margin. So I think if you want to consider whether it would pass, you have to figure out what are you giving in exchange for it. And it could be, okay, no one will serve 16 years as mayor and council person, but the council people, which are the more, as a group, are the more powerful people than the mayor, because it is a weak mayor's position. You've got the bully pulpit, you run the meeting, and you've got no veto power.
And you can't make a motion.
Yeah, you can't make a motion, you can break ties, but that may give more power to the policy decision makers. So that may be something worth looking at it, but I think it will be instructive, Commissioner Woodham, to look at the arguments in favor and against and the overwhelming opposition. So if you just put it on, I think you're likely going to have the same result.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I, based on the last few elections, when this has come up, I can see where the vote would go. But from a logical standpoint, from my viewpoint, 3 terms, knowing what we've just heard about projects that take a while to get done. And I think there's also probably an exploration of interest in doing it. I don't think the talent pool is that big. I think a lot of people should be running that aren't. But I would be in favor of 3 4-year terms, but I would agree that it's not likely to pass.
Well, if you gave up something in exchange, so if you, I was surprised that the Sacramento model got approved by the voters, but.
When was that?
Oh, I forget. What
The original term limits, basically the term limits was anti-Willie Brown. That's really what it was about.
Actually,
But
after
it encouraged you, like we have for council, and then council would often challenge for mayor. And there it would be assembly, and then when it termed out, they would challenge for state
jockey with
senator,
each other.
and they jockey back and forth. Well, now the strategy is really you stay in longer wherever you get elected, whether it's state senate or state assembly, and so you're more effective by staying in that role. So it'd be good to maybe look at that and with how long, what was the vote? Because that's a model that would avoid committee member Pinsler's stated concerns about whether you set out people just jockeying back and forth, but may get more time for the council members to get through the project, although you're giving up something. It will keep someone from 16 years from being, but that position isn't as strong under our former government.
I'll throw out quickly a few other reasons that I think you benefit from extending term limits. There are organizations outside of the city that council members belong to. And when those organizations are dominated by cities that don't have term limits and they've got people that have been around for 20 plus years, they end up taking leadership roles and dominating those whether it's League of Cities, SCAG, whatever. And that also has an impact, in cities like Redondo Beach with term limits, I think, lose a little bit of their voice in those other organizations because of that. The other thing is change in direction. So when you have council that changes dramatically or can change dramatically every 8 years, I remember as one of the things we passed was the South Bay Master Bicycle Plan. And I remember staff recommending or having something about, having a goal of having it completed in, I don't know what it was, 12 years. And Steve Deals was 12. We should be able to do this in 8. And so we, what the heck, we, fine, whatever, 8 years. And
It's been 20.
it's been, no, not only has it been, I don't even know if the word South Bay Bicycle Master Plan has even come up in the last 8 years in city council. It has literally dropped off the face of the earth for the most part. Very little, if anything's been done to further bike path goals. There has been some. There was that one Flagler Lane that people said cost $1,000 a foot or something, I don't know. But the point still is that the other part is changing direction by the council. And yeah, some projects just get left by the wayside, like you said, whether it's a council member's pet project or whatever, and it takes a lot longer than 8 years to get it. It can take longer than 8 years. My other one was a transit center. And a particular funny thing about that is the removal of the art piece to now District 2. They missed the point of that art piece. That art piece was, the discussion at the time was the people getting off the transit would see it and know they were in Redondo Beach. It was never meant to be out in front of the transit center for people to see driving by. It was meant to be seen by people who are actually using the transit. And that got completely lost in the discussion of it being appropriated out of District 4 and taken to District 2. Anyway.
Would we include other elected offices in that?
I think that would, oh, sorry,
Because
well,
all we've talked about so far is mayor and council.
the others don't have term limits.
And I think that I brought that up as the first meeting to have for part of the discussion, and you guys said no. That was like the first meeting, and we got to the second meeting, we had the discussion. And
What would be the discussion on the other offices, including them into term limits? I think that would, yeah, that would. I can imagine having a new city clerk every 8 years and the.
No, if we increase the years.
I actually proposed 12
They don't
years for
have
them.
any. How can you increase the years? They don't have term limits now.
You're talking about from the
The
tradition.
history is
I'm
that,
asking, I'm not proposing, I'm
the
asking.
history is that voters vote in term limits, no matter what. And if the first thing they're given is 3, they'll vote 3. If the first thing they're given is 2, they'll vote 2. But changing it is the hard part.
Yes.
So if you want, I'm not a fan of term limits. So I don't, every 4 years you have a chance to vote people out. So vote them out. But if you're going to put it in, figure out the amount of time at the beginning because it'll never change.
LA City changed, well, it was one of the reasons why I decided it might be good to give it a try to go to 3. LA City was 2 terms and they did get it changed to 3. And I actually researched other cities that had done the same thing before I suggested putting it on the ballot. And so it had been put on the ballot in a number of other cities and they were successful. We were not.
Okay, so is there support for, first of all, doing a Manhattan Beach style? 2 on, take a break, be able to do 1 or 2 more, whatever it would be, nothing. Any support for that at all? No. Okay, so we can come back and we can actually vote on that if we need to rather than the, dies in committee.
That would be essentially taking permanent term limits off and just putting in a
Rotating.
Yes, but that's why I'm asking. Okay, so we're seeing zero.
rest period.
We're seeing zero interest in it, and that is the one that was proposed for us to consider. The next one would be increasing from 2 to 3, potentially with adding a caveat that a combination, you can't do 12 years as a council member, then 12 years as mayor or something like that. But is there appetite for that?
Well, you may want to see what you asked for, Eleanor, to do
Yeah,
that.
that's what I'm asking now first, because we're not making a final decision.
Okay, but-
I'm getting an initial feel.
Okay.
And it sounds like there's somewhat of an appetite for it, but it's like it's doomed for failure.
I'd have an appetite for it if there was a unanimous decision to promote it by the city council. Because if the city council isn't going to get behind it and use whatever persuasion they have with the voters, then I don't see the point.
That kind of defeats our purpose, though. We're supposed to be telling them what we think.
And the other nuance that
What
was
you
brought
could
up with
say
that is,
We're in favor of it, but it has to be supported wholeheartedly by the council, because I think yours was a 3-2 split, and you had those who favor in favor and those who voted against throughout the argument, and that does doom it.
It would be interesting to see if the council would approve.
That's true.
It's hard, because like, I think I was against term limits until now, but I haven't had discussions over, nights. I understand the point of it now, but it's hard for someone to understand like why we're gonna give people more time in politics.
It's learning curve, and it's also just the timeline of bureaucratic projects.
One thing that would make it a little more palatable would be if whoever puts it on the ballot, it's prospective. It has nothing to do with the person who was in
That's
office
been
at the
brought
time.
up.
Yep.
Yes.
That's.
So it's not feathering their own nests. That in the future, people could stay for longer.
And you can have that in what your recommendation.
Although that still gets twisted. For example, the increase in pay for the city council is used all the time to say, you voted yourself a pay increase. And they're like, it'll never apply to me because I'm done. But it will get, perception is not reality.
It was a little bit different because council that are not termed out, it can apply to them. And council members that may run for mayor, it could apply to them. If this were written in such a
I
way,
think at the time, it was only Obagi that potentially could have benefited from it. I think MD was still on.
except for anyone running for mayor, because they increased the mayor's salary as well. I'm just saying you could write it in such, this takes effect this date, and nobody, no one who has served, no one who has served, 2 terms.
And I agree with that reality completely. You write it that way, but the perception is still, oh, you voted to increase your own term limits. You voted to.
I agree with that. I was just saying there were some differences, but yeah, that may be the perception anyways, even though the facts are different.
Okay, so we have an initial feel for, we may want to explore potentially 3 terms. At this time, there's no appetite to do a 2 on, 1 off. You call it a what?
Choosing a role. 12 years as a council member, you can't be a mayor. 12 years as a mayor, you can't be a council member.
And Madam Clerk, you can bring back the prior.
You could serve 12 years total, so you'd be 4 years as council person and 8 as mayor. So it's just 12 years you pick which offices.
Rather than 12 and 12.
Or rather than 8 and 8. Yeah. So which, right now, it's unless you get elected mayor, it's capped at 8, and you could allow more people to serve 12. And then,
And by the way, what was used in that state move was the power of lobbyists. That was one of the selling points, was that as you have less time, the control of the lobbyists becomes greater and greater.
Okay. All right, so is there a
Well,
motion?
what has resulted at the state level is a revolving door from elected to staff. Okay, and appointed positions. So
To
in
lobbyists.
effect, they've eliminated.
Well, one of the things they
They've
did when they
eliminated
created
term
term limits was they took them off pension. They took them off PERS. So they go get jobs that can give them some pension capability.
Well, what was Prop 28 in 2012?
was it? Okay.
Okay, we'll get all those
I
attachments.
just thought it might be worth thinking,
Yeah.
because if they wanted to do it, may pass.
All right, is there a motion and second to continue this item to the next regular meeting?
Motion.
A motion and second to continue this item to the next regular meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
No public comment, I'm sorry, thank you.
Aye.
They're all
All right,
asleep.
aye.
They were all asleep.
J, items for discussion prior to action. Nothing there. Does anybody have anything they want to,
I have a member referral thing.
that's coming up.
Okay.
I don't even know what we would do, items for discussion prior to action, but member items and referrals to staff.
I have a couple. One, I think you should all know that we just had our 75th anniversary with this charter. 1949, January 21 was when it was adopted. And so given that we've had multiple amendments and it's still some core pieces, I think it's been a relatively successul document.
And
So it's aged well.
Why don't you bring
It's
cake?
aged well as a 75-year-old.
Hey, Ron, why didn't you bring cake?
And the second thing I do want to see if there's an appetite to discuss.
So to
But
speak.
when we're talking about term limits, and I again, spent a lot of time talking and thinking about all the slow action that comes from staff and how they have discretion on what's going to go before the council or commissions or whatever, whether we want to explore an ombudsman concept like they have in Portland and Anchorage, that would have the ability to act as a public advocate in moving things through for citizens with the staff people.
Not before May.
Well,
And there are cities that have elected public advocates.
and they have also volunteer.
Discussing the item here.
Right, so that's what I would like to be able to put on there. If you want to put it on May, that's fine.
Well, we don't have actually future items on here. We've lost future agenda items.
Well, I have the 3 that are coming in February.
Right, but we've lost the,
The inventory.
well, not the inventory, but we've lost the inventory too, but the agenda item for future agenda items is no longer here.
Yeah.
Can we put that back on as a
Yeah.
referral to staff? It was there.
But you can do referral to staff. That's the same.
So I'm hoping people want to do it, and May is fine with me. It's,
After May.
Okay.
We've got everything we can to get these 4 put together.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
I was going to remind what was coming up, so you know what's coming in February. So we have the charter amendment for the Redondo Beach Unified School District, the moral turpitude, clarifying residency requirements, also the publishing.
This is February.
This is for February, including the ones we
Right.
just
But we
moved.
continue.
Just wanted to-
there's no moral turpitude left on it. We kind of got rid of that, so it's just the
Residency,
residency.
that's what I thought, okay. I thought it was just residency, okay. I will make sure that gets changed.
Will those come back as continued items?
Yes, because I think they're, yeah. 'cause
They were
they're-
all on
yeah,
prior.
Oh,
Yeah,
we were, I'd asked that we decide the priority on some of it, so I think the treasurer one, we can probably move on relatively quickly, and that should be the first one up.
You say that.
We can always do that at the time of
yeah,
agenda.
you can do it at the.
He says clearly.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
We made a motion.
Second.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Unless the
Meeting's
public wants
adjourned
us
at
to stay
11:13.
Oh my God, and I don't have to work tomorrow, so that's.
Using,
I'm gonna go home and be sick.